no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my eyes. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to pay. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. I'm better than. Making my grind good to pay, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. Hit me like I might need.
The M5 World Championship wildcards get wilder here in day 2 in our first match of the day, and we're already going into a game 3 between Team Lilgun and Imperial Esports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us once again. My name is Staffa. Joining me on desk going to be Arashi as well as Yasu, and I gotta get you guys' thoughts. Yasu, what are your what are you feeling right now about this game?
Well, Team Lilgun has clearly made a statement. Is that I think they weren't like in control in game 1 until they made a single like small mistake. I think what happened backstage when they got to the rooms and like got to discuss what happened is that, well, look, we're not gonna have mercy. We're just gonna go for the next game. There's no room for mistakes, and they did it a one-sided game, which is something I don't quite like to watch a one-side game generally, but it happens.
Yeah, I wonder if the main difference right here, the main change, the main factor, the main guy who makes everything happen for Lilgun is the coach.
Yeah.
Because every single time, right, it seems like their in-game adaptation. Let's say in the early game is not doing so well, they can't really adjust on the fly that well. But if there's a small break, right, where maybe the coach can come in and give some advice, it seems like they come back and solve every single problem. They're going up against a team that likes to trade, and they just like immediately make sure that, okay, you want to like take us out with you, so we're gonna take Netherrealm, we're gonna take tanky heroes, Mathildas, and so it's just the right solution for the right problem every single time. So I really feel like the solutions are coming from the background, backstage
The
members of the
maestro,
team.
the maestro of the team.
It's almost as if Team Lilgun uses game 1 as an experiment, right? They're still trying things out, but it's almost as if the results don't matter. The way they're able to regroup
So
themselves.
is it a lucky charm?
Lucky charm. I'm still wondering if that's
Is it a strategy,
Is that the
right?
term to use? Yeah, maybe strategy is more correct. I don't want to have to consider losing a game as a lucky charm, you know, because that just means more full series for us.
It's like a prerequisite to unleash their full potential, you know? We have to like lose once to get stronger, like a Super Saiyan, bro.
It's like that Nakama power.
Oh.
Yeah.
the friendship power. You get beaten and then you're like
you
remember
don't
your
hurt my
history,
friends."
remember your teammates, and out of nowhere they just pull out through the game in game 2 and game 3. We'll have to see, man. Can they do the same thing? Because I think for Imperio, they themselves will also have some adjustments to be made here.
Yeah, we need to see whether or not Imperial Esports are capable of making that anime power-up moment, right? Of being able to achieve a new level of evolution now that they're the ones being pushed against the wall. We already saw that Team Lilgun when they get the momentum in game 2, they just run with it. And you can tell that clearly in their gameplay as well.
So far, Aurora played Roger, right? Roger, Yisun Shin, and Alpha. So I don't think that he like admits that there's something called meta.
No, it's his meta. It's the
Yeah, it's
Aurora
his
meta.
meta.
Like, I want to play these heroes in the jungle, and I'm not going to care. And honestly, despite them not being meta, they do fulfill some pretty key niches.
Yeah.
I feel like, funny enough, Aurora's picks are off meta, but I don't think they're like the main problem for a lot of these drafts, man. I feel like other things in the drafting phase can really supplement his pick and make it work, because he clearly is confident and comfortable on those heroes, knowing where the windows of opportunity are and where the power spikes are.
That is true. We'll find out whether or not Aurora wants to stick to the same old style here, because game number 3 is now on the horizon. Both these teams did win their matches in game 1, so their positions in the wildcard itself are still pretty secure, but another victory would push them even closer
Welcome.
to those top 2
Akemi,
spots.
welcome.
Now
Razai,
with
welcome.
Imperial on the blue side, Lilgun on the red side, we'll find out how game 3 goes.
Well, they used the advantage of
Nice,
having the
Kimi.
first pick, because for me, actually, if I'm a coach, I would choose to be on the red side always. Why?
Okay.
Because I think that maybe I can open up, because the meta right now has multiple heroes, right? So if I'll be on the red side, I'll be able to take 2 like really good picks in exchange for 1.
Well, that also like exposes your hand faster though, especially against a team that is so good at like punishing your picks. Sometimes teams just want to go with the first pick, get something that's super good, and then they want to see, you pick 2 heroes, what is it? Can we read what your aim is in the draft by those 2 picks? But already a huge difference right here, by the way. The Mathilda, of course, is immediately respected. The Arlet Joy, the Arlet is banned away, but now the Nolan is left open. You have to wonder if that is what Imperial are targeting. Will Coach Mitch notice and take, shut it down?
Yeah.
But it's not really like an Aurora hero though. Do you think there's a chance they... Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Yep, they're
they
just gonna
do.
lock it down. Even if it's not necessarily an Aurora hero, the hero itself
So
is just
an
a little...
Aurora hero is something now. An
Yeah, it's
Aurora
just
hero.
is there a way to even it an Oriro?
Well, first pick for Imperial though is gonna be the Terizla. It has been banned away by Lilgun for 2 games consistently.
Oh.
Finally now it's open, and we've seen Marquinhos, man likes to make plays.
Yeah. I think that with the Khalid that he pulled off last game with the Flicker ultimates, I think that the penalty zone just works more than fine with the same kind of strategy. So there should be a reason why his Trizla was banned.
Well, it's also a lot more difficult to deal with compared to the Khalid. You have the same kind of crowd control, but you have damage and you have tankiness as well. You have, I mean, for those of you who don't know back at home, the lower HP you get, the more tanky you get on the Terizla. But for Lilguns, now they get that Bruno pick, and with the Faramis, it's still also already a counter to the trade strategy. And usually the only real way to deal with it is going for a Valentina. So will that make an appearance? Because I think that Fashion can pull it off, kind of.
Yeah, it's not too bad a choice here, and a pretty obvious choice when you see the Nether Realm. But
Oh,
they're
never
gonna
mind.
go for the Lilia instead, the more aggressive option with zone control to try and take out the members of Lilgun, who are quite generally grouped together, so could definitely work, especially when comboed with that penalty zone. What are your thoughts about the current state of the draft, Yasu?
Well, Imperial are definitely going for that crowd control, and so annoying composition because they also have that slowdown effect by the Lilia and also the high damage that Lilia can deal. But, oh yeah, I was just about to say that, and I was just about to also ask Arashi. They do have a good team fight and an early game. They just needed a late game, but I think that the response is already there. A Cloud being pulled off by Team Imperial.
And it's a lot of AoE damage right here. I mean, the penalty zone, the Vengeance Strikes from the Terizla, all the spells are technically AoE. And with a Claude, with a Lilia as well, there's a lot of ways for them to just melt through the Netherrealm in the late game. But they have to try and lock down the members of Lilgun in order to try and do that in the first place. Not to mention that the security for the Black Shoes and the Battle Mirror Image is going to allow them to be a lot safer from the early game dives. But here, I think we're up to 46, 47. Uranus in the hands of Lilgun.
But I have a wild guess before we even like hit to the second phase of picking. I would actually ask, we want to ask you, Sadafa, do you think that we might have an area crowd control roamer to sum it up for Team Imperial?
Area crowd control roamer, so
Minotaur.
along the lines of Minotaur, Atlas, I actually think it's not a bad choice, right? They're already like tripling down on the AoE like damage because they know that Lil Gun is gonna run at them as a 5-man. So honestly, a Minotaur makes a lot of sense in this situation. But we'll see whether or not that does end up being the choice, because I feel like Lil Gun will also recognize that these AoE combos are a big threat to like a NetherRealm comp.
I do wonder if the Eden is going to make an appearance as well, because it seems like that's a go-to solution for Imperial. And for LG, I think they can use it too, so it depends on what they want to do right here. And where exactly is this Faramis going? Because it's still flexible. We know that Ethan likes going with the roam Faramis, as Dafa has already mentioned yesterday. But with the Rafaela picked up, it seems like they're trying to go for slows. They're going to go for chase here for Imperial. Diggy? Is Diggy going to show up? It's been banned a lot, by the way.
Ooh, Diggy actually could be interesting considering the amount of AoE that Imperial already have. We'll see whether or not they do decide to go for that. What I am wondering right now is the fact that Lil Gun banned out the Dirov when the Terizla is already there means that they are focusing on the jungle. They think a jungle Dirov may have been a possibility, and with the Fanny gone as well, now I'm really wondering what they want to give to Zexora. We have to know Baxia is still open, but a lot of the supports they play with it are gone. Do they still go for it?
Well, I mean, the Angela, the glaring go-to support is
really?
available. So there's that to play around with if they want to.
Wow.
Yeah, if they want to like flex the Faramis into Rome, Angela mid, maybe Baxia, that's gonna be so annoying, man. Uranus, Baxia with an Angela. For Imperio though, are they gonna ban the Angela here, or are they gonna ban, like you said, maybe the Minotaur, right? It can be a bit more troublesome to deal with when you're clumped together for the
ये
event as
करने
well.
बोला इसलिए करना पड़
So
रहा
many questions, only one answer. It is the Minotaur. Imperial Esports are not going to give Lil Gun an easy counter engage tool.
अरे कोई आता
And
भी
now we
नहीं
get
ना
to get
शाम पे
some
क्या ही
more
करें
answers. Will Lil Gun
Bore हो
want to
जाता है
show
फिर।
their jungle in advance?
इसलिए
We'll have to see.
मैं अभी
Because right
वीडियो ही
now
डाल
this
रहा हूँ
fair
खाली
is still very flexible overall.
Well, I think that we might see an array row, right?
नहीं
Say
आज
array,
नहीं है ऑफिस
array row.
Aurora
Hero.
आज छुट्टी नहीं
So we might, because banning Fanny and also the Deroth, I think that Aurora has like variety, like his drafting pool is so huge that he can go for assassins, he can go for fighters, he can go for tanky heroes or utility heroes.
There we
But
go.
there you have
Called
it.
it.
Angela upon the side of Team Lil Gun.
Called it, dude. As a response to the Baxia we taken away, I thought that was the
हाँ
only
ना,
way. I don't know if
climate ही
Aurora
वैसे है
plays a mean
फालतू का।
Baxia, but letting it go right here is going to be so dangerous.
आ रही जा
I
रही।
think with this, they want to get something aggressive. Crowd control that's a bit more guaranteed, right? If it's a skill-based crowd control, that's great and all, but they need to be able to actually lock someone down here and really shut him down.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. A little bit more CC is going to go a long way. Baxi already counters Angela naturally, but if they can top it off with one more final pick to really complete the draft, they have
Franco?
pretty good to Franco. I mean, it's not bad. Either that or the Kaja to counter the Heart Guard. But
Ruby!
There you go.
Ruby.
There you go. You asked for it. You asked for someone annoying.
48?
Huh?
48?
Yeah, I think that we're going up there. I
Bro.
think that I really need to know how many new heroes do we have. But there's something that actually caught my eye at on the side of Team Lil Gun. I think that
Maybe
Uranus
वो
didn't
क्या
need to be
सकती?
more annoying than he really is. He have that Framis so he can turn into a zombie, and also he have that Angela. So I don't know if he will die this game.
We'll have to see, man. Against a Claude, against a Lilia, that's a lot of damage. The thing is, against such a short lockdown, I'm not confident that he's going to be able to do it. And with the Martis now picked up, man, that is a Martis-Angela combo against a Baxia Ruby. I can't help but feel like it's not exactly a winning fight for the side of Imperial.
And it's going to be tricky. If Martis is able to resist crowd control, so is a very obvious on-paper counter to the Ruby CC Yasu. Who do you have your predictions on here?
Well, I think that maybe I'm like behind in terms of the meta, because there's a lot of new stuff happening here and at the M5 wildcard. So I would actually like to see how will Imperio execute their lineup. But what's more interesting in this little gun, for me, I will lean toward Team Imperio.
Ooh, leaning
more
towards
logical.
Imperio. All right, all right. I have a bit of a bias towards Ruby, but I want my prediction to be correct, so I'm torn. But these players are about to clash upon the Land of Dawn for the last time here for our first series of the day. Will it be Team Lilgun with the momentum on their side, or will it be Imperio Esports? Have they made the adjustments they needed?
I just feel like for Imperio, they have to avoid the crazy early game fights that Lilgun are going to try and rope them in. If they can do that, I think in the late game, like we said, already AoE coming in from the Claude, from the Lilia, they have the healing reduction as well. There are ways here for them to really come out on top, especially against the lower amount of magical damage coming in with an Angela Faramis. So I think execution is more important. If you're looking for the draft overall, I must say, I feel like I would side more for Lilgun just because Imperio, they're shown to be just that much, that feisty to just go all in the early game, and that's dangerous against the Martis, dude.
Switching your prediction this late into the game?
Well, I mean, the prediction is a prediction, but I think it favors them. I didn't say that they're gonna win for sure.
Okay, okay, I get where you're coming from. Looking at the emblems, I don't think anything's too out of the ordinary here overall. What I'm most
Agilities.
curious about is which lane is going to get the most pressure this game?
I think it has to be the gold lane still. The Cloud against the Bruno is it's an okay matchup, but look at Steve.
Steve is in a really bad spot. He needs to use that
Boom.
flicker, but it is a first blood. It is a first blood. Team Lilgun has just begun.
They're so efficient, right? Literally every single time Zexora hits level 4 on the Martis, it's go time. It's like, let's use that Decimate cooldown the moment we get it.
It's almost like Imperio doesn't respect it. They should know, man. They like playing that style as well, but when they're on the receiving end, they just seem to kind of get lost. And with the Uranus as a factor right here, they're gonna need some more items to actually be able to take down the Uranus. So I think they have to be a lot more careful here. There's just no way I think they can really brute force the early game.
Yeah, especially with the Angela Martis combo. Aizen's not even level 4, and he's
By not having that flicker, he should be punished once again and again and again. Stevie, he's down for the second time in a row, and Team Lilgun just precedes the turtle duty, but Marquinhos with that flicker, with the ultimate son on the flicker, but they are still committing to it. Aurora is coming from the back line, and also to Rizla is dealing some good damage. Aizen is trying so hard to be that annoying, and he is annoying. He doesn't need to try so hard. Imperial team pulls back, and the turtle goes safely to the side of Team Lilgun.
Man, the Uranus just annoying, buying so much time for the team, and the Martis just all in on the objectives. It's a deadly combination, and it's difficult to deal with. I think Imperio's best move is to just like mirror it and go for other things outside of the map. Aurora can really counter jungle very efficiently with the Boxia, and Imperio, they can just put all their pressure onto Bebex.
Ooh, Bebex in trouble.
He is in trouble. He is indeed in trouble. He needs the Angela ultimate. He needs to survive. He needs to keep that early game going on. Bebex is trying to survive, and Ethan just saved him from an inevitable death.
Yeah, that's a massive win for Team Lilgun. A 4-man gank, and they're not even able to get one kill or any gold shield from the tower. Lilgun are in full control of this early game. The Heart Guard, we already know how dangerous of a tool it is. Both aggressive and defensive utility, and Lilgun are making full use of it.
I feel like Imperio are just tunneling too hard on the team fights, man, because they need someone to really help with the lockdown in these moments. But with the Ruby used for a team fight, and whoa, one man died!
He will survive. Oh, I thought he will survive. He cannot deal with that damage, and Marquinhos is trying to annoy Aizen, but he cannot annoy someone who's annoying, right?
I think he can't, there's no way he does enough damage, and he can't really outmaneuver as well, so he has no option but to let the cut happen.
Aizen, his only job here is just to keep Marquinhos in the lane. As long as that's done, the Team Lilgun can just go ham across the rest of the map, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Not to mention, the direct counter of Zexora's Martis to Stefe's Ruby is really showing itself, because Stefe cannot find any opportunities to engage. Every single time, the Martis just stands in front of him and doesn't care.
I think the whole idea is to use the shield unity as well as the penalty zone to engage, but no.
Oh,
Look at that!
what was that, Marquinhos? What
Oh!
was that? They are
Can they
still
get him?
committing such a really perfect gameplay. Stevie's out, Marquinhos out, everyone is out. They started everything, but on the counter, Eisen is finishing it off. Eisen is finishing it off. A triple kill for the side of Team Lil Gun. They started that fight, Imperio, but they couldn't just end it.
Got the kill onto Zora, but it just isn't worth trading all of those bodies. Now with the turtle up, I think Team Lilgun can still have the advantage. You're gonna go for it immediately. That's a 2.6k gold swing right off the bat.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Imperial Esports. It was a good start, finally being able to punish Zexora, get his shutdown gold, but losing that many members is never going to be worth it. We're still going to try and force something though. The turtle is back up in the land of Dawn. Team Lilgun already in position, but this time they've sent Bebex to split push the other side of the map. So the longer this takes, the worse it is for Imperial.
It is not just a turtle dance, might be a dance with a high chance to lose it, and now they do lose it. Look at Eisen, he is shut down. That was needed for Team Imperial, and they do get what they wanted. Ethan is still alive, but just on that Netherland. Oh, that was cold. That was a cold retribution. That was a cold execution. He's still going for it, and he gets that double kill. He gives them okay. I'm okay. Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm getting that turtle. I'm getting that double kill, and Team Lil Gun are still in the lead.
And they're not even able to punish Bevex, split pushing down in the bottom lane. As time goes on, Lilgun is just running away with more and more from this game. And as more structures fall, the less of the map Imperial has to play with.
They're not playing these fights right. I mean, they went all in for the objective right there against a Martis, who I believe had like a level advantage. So I think they could have gone for the members of Lilgun first. But now Eisen just doing his thing again and again. There is damage available for Imperial, but Eisen needs to watch his step.
Oh, he should go in. He should come in. You didn't want to come in, right? Now you should deal with the consequences of your own choice. Eisen was there and he survived, but I think at this point, Framis was like a side casualty.
He had the Nether Realm available, but he did not even get to pop it, or he thought it wasn't necessary. Either way, it's a small victory for Imperial, but they have to really, this lack of a lockdown, man. I said I expected like a Franco or something. That's the problem. Fashion has damage, we're seeing it, but he can't land it when everyone is just moving around so rapidly. With the speed boost from the Angela, with the dashes from the Uranus, there's so many ways that Team Lilgun can avoid the damage of this Lilia.
Unfortunately, Steffi's role in this game has really been reduced because Eisen and Zexora can so easily out-micro him on the map. But it was a very good split fight by Marquinhos to be able to get that kill in the first place. Forbid actually didn't need to die there. So if Imperial are still able to find these opportunities, they still have a chance. The net worth difference is not that big yet, though. It's a lot more than you would want at this stage.
Well, we saw that was what happened last game. See, they have to be a bit more controlled. Now they're going for a pickup right here, but what are they going to try and use? There's nothing there, and now they get cut off by the Uranus.
But they are now in a really bad position. Team Imperial are now between the hands of Team Lil Gun if they want to go in, but there you see it. It was a really bad execution with that penalty zone, but there's the ultimate of Zexora. If he can't go in, Marquinhos is out, CP is out, and look at this. It is a massacre happening at the bot lane, and also Bibix goes in. Bibix wants to get that kill, even if he was like threatened by fire, by the fire of that turret. Bibix wants to get that kill, even if it means his life. Even if it means his life. Even if it means his life. His life has been valued, and Team Imperial are now wiped out.
I'm now realizing that the Team Lilgun, the tower line is more of a suggestion. It's like, maybe you should avoid it. And they're like, how about no?
Dude, Bevex with the huge balls, they do so much damage there. Just life-stealing back up against 1v1 against Ur on the Claude. Showing again the big power spike from the Has claws that he's built up. Man, it got a shutdown on the Martis, but now Ethan has to flash kill the Oasis. It's gonna be even harder to really get a value pickoff. And that was, all things considered, pretty good for Imperial. They missed the penalty zone, they missed the I'm offended, and somehow, some way, they get something. They could have gotten absolutely nothing at all.
Furbridge is now in a really bad position, but he goes back to his teammates.
Wow.
NetherRealm has been triggered right now, and Aurora is in a really bad place. And the land is lava, but this time it is not your time. Baxia, he's out, and he's gonna be missed at the time of the Lord.
Aizen?
Oh, Aizen's trying to escape, but here he
No
comes.
damage.
Poppy, boom! He comes in, and Ethan saves Aizen. Not just that, Aizen is still committing and just dealing such damage and just dealing such amount of annoying. This guy is annoying. He's playing an annoying hero, and he is getting under the skin of Team
They
Imperial.
can't prevent him from popping the consecration. Man.
Yeah, that has to be so demoralizing for Imperial Esports. They literally used everything on this one player, and he couldn't touch him. Aizen just standing there taunting with his very presence. And now the Lord is going to be pushing in. Only the first Lord of the game, so it shouldn't be too difficult to defend. But with an already 8k net worth lead for Team Lilgun, they're looking for as many as they can get.
Who will be lucky enough to get that Poppy boom bless from you, Ethan? Let's see together if this Lord will be effective for the side of Team Lilgun. They do have that momentum, they do have that damage, and Bebex wants to take that top lane with the balls. He's trying, and he is, let's say, he is dealing so much damage, but he couldn't get that turret.
Oof, okay, no base towers taken just yet. Now we're back to the same situation. It's an 8k gold lead, and there is good clear. There is crowd control available. Lilgun, I don't think, can just all in brute force. If you look at the items for Ur, he does have the core items. On top of that, also the corrosion side. So he has damage, and I think he's the only real one that can be relied on to really carry in the late game right here. Fashion has damage as well, but it's just a bit too unreliable unless they're kiting backwards into their own base. That is where they have to try and, gamble it out, go for that 50-50 team fights. Or they can just try and fight Team Lilgun as the Lord. But if they want to do so, they have to try and find the picks, man. They have to try and hit 1v1 for one for maybe the gold lane or the mid lane, because otherwise they don't win it out in the overall damage output.
Yeah, I think Imperial Esports basically just needs to be more patient right now. They cannot allow themselves to get taunted too easily by Team Lilgun, because it's already clear at this stage, even if they dump all of their ultimates into Aizen, he's just gonna shrug it off like nothing happened. They gotta wait for more opportune moments, because until now, Marquinhos especially has been very desperate to find the catch that his team needs, and Team Lilgun is just maneuvering very safely, not to mention the NetherRealm and Heartguard on top of that.
I might be looking wrong, but I think Aizen has just built a fleeting time.
Did he?
Oh, really?
We have to look at the items.
I gotta see that.
We have
He
to
doesn't
look
wanna
at the
die.
items, but I think it's there, and that is insane. That means that this is a bit more aggressive than you would expect, because he's using it in expectation of getting a kill or an assist. That is insane, and it might just be next level, man. That could be exactly what they require. For now, though, I think Team Lilgun, knowing that the Lord is about to be up, they're not willing to actually venture into the jungle of Imperio, just in case someone gets jumped on.
Yeah, I think it's a smart choice. They still gotta give some respect to their opponents, because as long as that patience is exercised, there's still a lot of catch. And Ur is definitely starting to build up damage. The Trinity is already completed, so he is a legitimate threat if Lilgun is not careful. They already faced their punishment in game 1. They're not gonna let that repeat.
Wave on the bottom side pushing here. Actually, it's so close to the base of Imperio, it might just rebound back towards Lilgun. But no, Ur goes to clear it out. And for Team Lilgun, yes, they're ahead, but they can't really have the same kind of damage output to rush it. And Stife,
oh, the
his
penalty
life.
zone, the penalty zone, he goes in, and on the other side, Poppy Moon's coming now, and Bebex is in, having that blast. Bebex is having that blast, and Aizen is saying, just keep them coming. Keep them coming, it's just a stack for me. Keep your damage coming. He goes down, and Team Imperial now is in a really bad place, losing 2 members, having not enough amount of damage to deal with that minion rush that's coming from the bot lane. 5 members attacking from the side of Team Lilgun. They might just finish it here, they might just finish it now, but they will wait for that Lord
KBG.
push.
Not patient enough. Again, there's no reason for Imperial Esports to force these engagements. They're trying to start the fight on Aizen, which is literally the worst target you could go for. And I do like that Yer was trying to aim down Bebex, but there needs to be an understanding. At this stage, Bruno can easily 1v1 the Claude. So Imperial Esports are just digging themselves into a deeper hole.
It was just a bit too difficult for it to really work out, man. Unless Snipe gets a better target, I don't think there's any value in making that play. And right now, with the waves coming in, finally, it's going to be a 50-50 right here. Can they make something happen? I mean, the Blazing Duet has been out-damaged, out-sustained by Bebex, but now,
With the
Marquinhos.
goal difference, a worlds apart between both teams. The penalty zone has been triggered. Yeah, but it is here now. I asked for it. Here he comes, Marquinhos. Look at that hook. Look at that hook. You cannot do any damage because of the nether realm passive. And look, they are still committing so much casualty. They are still taking and demanding Team Imperial Esports to pull down. They are taking so much damage than they can handle, but that's why the Angela is there. That's why Angela and Ethan have your back. Team Little Gun are still taking so much turrets, dealing so much damage, and the minions will just take care of the rest. The minions will just take care of the rest. A reverse sweep once again for Team Lil Gun.
Beautiful attempt by Imperial Esports, probably the best team fight they had the entire game. But Team Lil Gun are just too good. There's too much sustain. There's too much of a goal difference. And this team is so good at dancing in and out of these team fights. The reverse sweep has happened once again for representatives from Mongolia. They are going to be looking very comfortable to securing those tickets to M5. But Imperial Esports definitely showing their potential on that stage as well.
You have to wonder if it's intentional, right? If they're experimenting in game one. Because every single time they do a reverse sweep, it does seem like it's a completely different team altogether. They might just be hiding their strats here, or playing possum, feigning to be an irregular team, even though they're just maybe practicing for longer duration matches.
Is it starting to become a little bit too much to be a coincidence?
Well, do you think that they need to be irritated so that they pull off the best?
They gotta have that.
Like you have to get under their skin.
They gotta have the emotional buff. They gotta be annoyed. It is actually the anime power up, right?
Yeah, the underdog buff almost, right? When nothing is supposed to go your way, everything just works, man. I think that's what maybe that's what they like doing, right? They like feeling like they're the underdogs, and they like to surprise everyone who's predicting that they're gonna lose, like me and Yasu, for instance. So finally, Zafa, you got the right prediction.
Finally.
Congratulations, dude. But man, what a great match we had right there. It's back and forth, and we saw like what, 6 new heroes? I think we're definitely gonna go past 50, 100%.
Yeah, I knew we were probably gonna go past 50. I just wasn't expecting it to happen so quickly.
Like this fast.
This team saw the number 43 there. It's like, we can do better than that. Come on, guys, we can do better. It's like just a gentleman's agreement to pick as many new heroes as possible. And I am honestly a fan. I always love it when we get to see lots of different picks on a stage like this.
Well, as I told you, after the second game, I'm sure that Team Lil Gun would have done get with that output, because at the first game, as I told you, they were in charge, in command. We can say they were also doing everything since minute 1, but then it took just one mistake for them to everything flip upside down. But at the second game, they didn't do mistakes, they prevented mistakes, and they did a one-sided game. Third game, for me, it was a little bit predictable.
You may not be wrong there. Very succinct summary, but of course, we have to award our MVP once again, and this time for Game 3, it is going over to Bebex on the side of Team Lil Gun. He doesn't get the chance to shine very often just because every player on this team is so strong. But on a hero like that, Bruno, where he can really start making an impact in terms of damage, that's where the man shines.
Even 1v1 the Claude right there. We saw that there was a Blazing Duet attempt, and he just stood his ground and said, "What are you doing? Who are you? I 1v1'd you earlier, I can do it again." Completely nukes down the opposing Claude, and he's going with a very aggressive emblem, and he has tenacity. Look at that. Usually we see a weapon mastery in order to actually get that late game, more damage in that late game. But he went with the tenacity, knowing that there's going to be a lot of attention going his way. All calculated, and you can't help but feel like it's all planned.
Definitely helps a lot to be able to win out those 1v1 duels when you just get a little bit tankier towards the later half of your HP,
50%.
and that can catch people off guard as well. I think definitely yours stayed a bit too long thinking, hey, I can do this, right? And then the ball just hits him square in the face.
And this is the problem here. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. For the side of Imperio, I feel like the only roamer that can really work here is a roamer with good lockdown or a roamer with good mobility. Because otherwise, you can't really lock anyone down, and so you can't get the pickoff onto like Aizen or Zora even when they get the opportunity. And even you can't even escape from the Martis chasing you down. So that was already so difficult to deal with. Afterwards, in true Imperial style, they just keep fighting and fighting, and they're just banking on winning one of these fights, out-executing the whole team of Lilgun. But it's only gonna work so many times before Lilgun gets a read on it, you know?
Yeah.
Team Lilgun just feels like masters of the battlefield somehow. The way that they extend fights, the way that they disrespect boundaries. Pemex is like, this is my base now. And even being able to trade 2 kills in exchange for himself at that point is insane.
Well, I have to ask Arashi something. How would it feel when you're like that close to controlling your lane and then the opponent team comes, or like the opponent laner comes to you with 3 kills?
Wait, who are you talking about?
That Aizen just like got back to Trizla with 3 kills, a triple kill in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Uranus, dude, is just such a good hero, especially again, there's no real counter right here. Imperial want to go aggressive, but what tools do they really have, actually? They have the penalty zone, and I'm offended, and that's about it. And Lilgun's positioning, by the way, is very, very good as well. For now, though, let's slow down a bit and take a look at some of the stats. Off the bat, the fact that there's no turrets, no turtles, no lords must be a painful conclusion. And even in the jungle, Lilgun is just beating them out. Looking at the emblems, you're just seeing a lot more emphasis in the speed here. Both teams know that it's about kiting, right? They have agilities, Wilderness Blessing still. And for Aizen, he went with the Festival of Blood, dude. Usually we see a firmness, right? To try and like augment his tankiness or tenacity. No, he went with the Festival of Blood. He wants to be that aggressive, wants to go in. In the end stage right here, it turns out that there is no fleeting time. We might have missaw that. But he is just he has more than enough tankiness to just stay in the front, absorb everything. And on the worst case scenario that he is just taken too low, the hard guard is always there to save the day.
It's a case of Uranus just being too much of a pain in the butt, basically.
Look, I want to actually like highlight Aizen for something. He's almost done with his itemization, and on the other side, the XP laner Marquinhos couldn't even like get the last 3 items. So he was so far behind.
He was mixing it too, because he was taking a lot of different kinds of damage, right? Ability, basic attacks. He has a Dreadnought armor right there and a steel leg plates, just to ensure that he gets a lot of the cheaper components to try and buff up his armor as much as possible. For now though, the cards right here, the sandbag is Aizen, almost 200k, dude. That will do it.
Yeah.
Just standing in the front, taking everything.
And he had so little depths as well. When you add on the regen on the Uranus and the hard guard, it was impossible for Imperial to get through this front line.
Forgetting the Netherrealm?
Yeah, the Netherrealm on top of that. Like, so much was happening for them that you start forgetting things. Then like Zaxora on the rich guy, the moment he hit level 4, there was a plan, let's get a kill. He roams together with Ethan with Forbid, they able to get it, and then the snowball starts. Like, the plan seems to always be in place for Team Lilgun right from the start of the game, and they're able to execute it, no matter the cost.
And there's Ethan still playing on the Angela, going with a tanky build, by the way. He's not going the flash of the Oasis. Then I saw was it a Radiant armor earlier? He's going with a lot of tankiness items, and he's in the front line. He's using this Angela a bit more like a mobile. He's not just relying only on the hard guard. He's relying on being able to stay in the front and just be close enough to the action and apply some crowd control to the members of Imperio as well.
And actually, sometimes I saw Angela playing on the other opposite lane when there was like some action happening at the bot lane. So I actually kind of totally agree with you, Arashi. I think that he was depending on the hard guard only during the game.
Yeah, this is actually something that happens quite often, right? When you have that Angela, you actually use her as the split pusher because you know that she can come in and back up the fight anytime it is necessary. And that flexibility is scary in the hands of a team like Lilgun.
What makes it difficult is they went full on to really help the EXP lane, but when Imperial try to adjust and then they send all their forces to the gold lane, the hard guard is just there every single time to prevent a dive at least, because they do have a solid hero in that Bruno too. So this Bruno pick is being more and more important the more we see these team fight based compositions.
But I think the more time we go, we're getting a bit more of a fix on what Team Lilgun is strongest. When they have these double supports, when they have so many layers of health that
When
you
they
have
have
to
one
work
loss.
through. Right? So maybe if teams can pick up on that, that could be their downfall, but we'll figure it out. That's going to be the end of our first series of the day. And make sure you guys don't go anywhere, though, because we got 3 more best of 3s for day 2 of the wild cards. So we'll take a break, and we'll see you there.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DSQ over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing.
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 for alright.
Boing, 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 boing. number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. Into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I know, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I shit mine on top of the week. We start to the game, shot reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Hit me like I might kick over, but you can get me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round, if it's this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
M5 wildcard continues here, and we welcome all of you watching at home back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship wildcard stage. My name is Stafa, and I'm joined here once again by Yasu as well as Arashi, because we're going to have our second best of 3 series of the day coming right after this. It's going to be between Saudi Arabia's Team Falcons and Laos's Nightmare Esports.
And of course, let's not forget to thank the sponsor, because the M5 is powered by Muntun, presented by Kadia, and it is sponsored by ROG, the official gaming phone grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official share partner.
Thank you so much to our lovely sponsors here. M5 would not be possible without your support, so on behalf of the audience as well as the casters, we thank all of you.
Yep, there's lots of great times to be had here, and on top of that, if you guys want to find even more M5 content, make sure to search hashtag MLBBM5 on TikTok to find the best content around. And of course, remember to use the same hashtag MLBBM5 once again to share your content to be viable for some rewards, which are available for all of you out there. But of course, let's get into things. It's going to be Team Falcons versus Nightmare Esports. Now, Yasu, this is your region, your team. Your thoughts going into this?
Well, there's an interesting headline here saying Soaring Bass the Lotion Reaper. Actually, the menace slogan was Soar Beyond Your Limit, and Falcons are here, so they are soaring beyond their limits already. We are here at the international stage, and it is a really intense match, because this team, Team Nightmare, has made a huge comeback against Team SMG.
Wait a minute, so you're saying they're flying above their limits, so they're gonna get shut down by Nightmare Esports? Oh, you better be careful there, Yasu. If they're over their limits,
it's like
it's dangerous.
To limit to like beyond limits.
I'm kidding. They're going past their limits.
Yeah.
I get it. But on the other hand, Nightmare's one-game win versus the favorites, right, shows really that they have some potential right here. And we saw a lot of very unique picks, and I believe they were also the ones who initially surprised everyone by just bringing in a Tigreal, right? Bringing it back to the classics.
That is true. Yeah, they brought out the Tigreal, which I honestly am very happy about, but also kind of disappointed that it didn't perform as well, because it's a hero I quite like, and I really like that the hero did get buffed overall. But of course, let us go on into our next topic. Starting things off, is it going to be a good night's sleep or a terrifying nightmare? We got the mid laners up on screen right now. Good Night performed incredibly well yesterday, as we saw from his KDA on the Valentina. So didn't do too badly. He did get MVP in that one game that Nightmare were able to win out against Team SMG. Now, Arashi, I do want to ask, what are your thoughts right now about Valentina's status in the meta?
I think it's great that she's getting a lot more time in the Land of Dawn. Unfortunately, for a while here, the meta shift back to the even older meta of the long-range mages like the Eve, like the Pharsa. And now it's back here with all the team fights, with all the big ultimates used to actually win it out in a intense, close-range team fight. The Valentina is better here again. But if you look at the stats here, the KDAs from both these teams, I feel like it's a bit unfair because Good Night's game right here that's being highlighted, I believe it was a very, very long game in comparison to Soso. So it's not exactly immediately transparent from the numbers alone.
Well, I actually also admire something, and when you guys brought up that Valentina wasn't like getting the recognition, let's say, in the past few, I'm not gonna say seasons, but weeks at least. So Valentina is one of those picks that you should take care of, because once she is there, you know that there are some picks on your team that cannot be used because you don't want to deal with their ultimates.
That is true. She is a little bit of a threat in a different way, but of course, let's stop our discussion for there, because we're gonna be having the teams walk up on stage very, very soon. Before that, we do have to introduce to you the faces behind the scenes, working to make sure any technical difficulties are resolved and competitive integrity is maintained. Our Marshall team up on stage, thank you very much for your contributions. But without further ado, starting things off, opening their wildcard campaign with a dominating sweep, the Saudi Arabian representatives look to prove that the sky is the only limit. Make some noise for Team Falcons!
Yeah, they're able to get such a dominant performance yesterday, showing great skill, great planning, and also great endurance with the long duration games. But today they are facing...
On the other side, the team that made the tournament favorites bleed and looks to ground the soaring Falcons, the pride of Laos, Nightmare Esports.
Nightmare Esports, they have proven at their first appearance, at the first match of the first edition of Wildcard, that they are up to the challenge, that they can take this game back home, that they can make, or like, let's say, cut the wings of the Falcons.
And besides the players themselves, again, it is going to be the coaching staff that performs all of the nitty-gritty behind the scenes. You may notice only one team has it. Falcon, Leo does the drafting, so already multi-role. We'll see if he can pull it off once again, as the fist bumps on stage have concluded, and the teams will now take their seats. Let's dive a little bit deeper into Team Falcons.
Well, for Falcons off the bat, the fact that the drafter is also a player, we've seen this trend rise up in Indonesia, by the way, just for your information. And sometimes it's really beneficial because you know, and you're on the field, you know exactly what your teams can do.
Well, actually, when you said that, we have seen that before. There was one name that came up to my mind, and he's like one of those who made M3 an exciting event, MOBA Zane.
Ooh,
That
Mr.
is
Zane.
true. A similar sort of position. We'll see whether or not they can live up to that. Because on the opposite side, we have Nightmare Esports from Laos, consisting of Cammy, Too Easy for Lexi, Jupiana, Soso, and Jasmine. They definitely surprised us yesterday, taking a game against Team SMG. What else can we expect from them?
Well, I can't expect the unexpected, because in their EXP lane, they do have Jack, by the way, who did make an appearance in day one. So they have a chance to switch it up and surprise the opponents, not only with the change in heroes, but also with the change in players. And along with that, I hope they're going to bring in some Laotian flair here in the Land of Dawn.
That is true, that is true. I did really enjoy when they brought out that Tigreal. I literally talked about it to some of y'all the day before the wild card started. Some of y'all, yeah, you gotta get some of that slang in there.
The Southern.
It's one of those heroes I love playing that is honestly underrated, and I loved when they gave him the buff. So I was disappointed we didn't see him in like MPLI, for example. We got to see him once, but they still lost the game. So if they bring that back, refine it a little bit, I would love it.
Well, there is something that I always say, who doesn't like to see a champion under pressure? Or like, let's say in this case, there's no champions yet for the wildcard. Like, there's no names that have won the wildcard since the first edition, but the homeland team is SMG, and they have suffered against Team Nightmare.
They did run into some nightmares right there. Their dreams, unfortunately, not as smooth as they would have liked. Though I do feel like a lot of that did come up to some of their own mistakes, rather than Nightmare really being able to pull the wool over their eyes. I think it is a team that has a lot of potential, though. But going into this, let's have a look at our talent predictions. Actually,
Spicy.
different across the board. Me and Yasu predicting Falcons, Arashi predicting Nightmare. Could I ask you to explain yourself a little bit?
Well, I think
Explain yourself.
Nightmare definitely has potential, first of all, and I think I like how they set up their game plan, right? Sometimes we have a default kind of opinion, like, oh, get DPS in the gold lane, get something strong with crowd control in the jungle, but if it's for Nightmare, it's a bit more creative, so I really appreciate that, and I feel like their style is a lot more fast-paced, and Falcons, we saw, are usually dragging the game out to a long time. I mean, the average game time right now, I believe is 18 minutes plus. So I feel like the further we go, the shorter it should be, because teams are now getting a read on each other and gonna be more calculative, knowing their opponent's tendencies to avoid those big throws that can just lead the game to extend for a long period of time, up to 10 minutes.
Well, actually, the reason why I predicted Team Falcons to win, and also I don't know if that's the same reason you have Sadafa, but I think that Team Falcons are now hitting their peak performance.
Peak performance?
Yeah. They are hitting there. Not like not hitting there. They are going.
Heading there.
Yeah.
Heading there.
Got
So,
you, okay.
So Team Falcons, I'm used to see them either doing really great or, let's say, below average, because there's nothing in between. They are not like always good. They are not always bad. They are either this or that.
Right,
so that's why.
It's a coin flip. You never know what you're gonna land on.
Yeah, I'm just like counting that they will have that momentum today.
Hulk, dude. He looks confident, man.
Yeah,
Rizzing up the audience real quick.
I know, right? Literally being able to play with the crowd in a different region. That takes some skill, but well, if Yasu says that this team is inconsistent, he definitely has the most experience with them compared to the rest of us from MPL Mana. Maybe we have to take his word for it. Either way, we're going to be jumping into the drafting phase for our second series of the day. It is going to be Nightmare Esports versus Team Falcons. We've already seen some very interesting drafting today. Our unique hero count rising above what we expected. So let's see if we can keep that trend up.
You know what's also rising up to the draft right now? Khalid is in the ban at the first phase.
I know, right?
And that's a respect then. And we've seen that both Juviana and Jack really likes playing this hero, and it was really good. But unfortunately, with the Tigreal, we did see some miscoordinations right there. That is definitely ironed out, man. Mistakes like that are those kind of factors can lead to a fatal change in tempo. For Nightmare, though, it seems to be still the Nolan and then the Terizla, so a bit of a mix here. Wanting to shut down the jungle advantage, but also that big team fighting potential.
So I do have to ask, Rashi, in this position, right? Nightmare Esports, I think it's pretty clear they're coming into this match as perhaps the underdog, considering their performance yesterday overall as compared to Falcons. So when you see your opponent having performed so well on day one of the wildcards, what is the approach in terms of the draft? Do you want to focus like key players? Do you want to refine your strategy? What's the play?
I really think that's a very case-by-case scenario, man, because some teams, they're just that good at their comfort heroes, and when the going gets tough, they can default back to that, and usually that's the right call. getting them in a familiar spot with a familiar hero will alleviate a lot of the pressure mentally, especially in the long series. But for some teams, it's about just countering everything and being intelligent. So we'll have to see, man. With the coach diff between both these teams, seems like Nightmare go in for that 1-1 pick. Will this be a protect the 1-1 strategy once again?
Well, there's an Arabic quote that I will like translate literally, and if you guys have a similar one, or maybe like you will correct me, go ahead. So it says, hit the iron while it's still hot.
Yes, strike when the iron is hot.
Yes. Yes. So I think that right now Falcons on their like winning. I'm not gonna say winning streak because it's like a first match, but it is a sweep. So I think that today, after like seeing or like having that boost of confidence yesterday, they should pull off a really good performance. Nightmare should also have pride on like taking or like making things not look really good to SMG, which was and I think it's most expected to be one of the strongest teams we have here in the wild card.
So teams do have to play around momentum, and Yasu definitely making a bit of a statement there. We'll see how true that becomes, but I think Team Falcons are definitely going in that direction, right? They have the momentum from a 2-0 sweep yesterday. So they're gonna give Goodnight one of his signature heroes right off the bat. The Phantom is gonna be coming out along with the Matilda, and we saw this exact combo do scary things in the hands of Team Lilga.
There's just so much protection, so much sustain available. So in a big team fight, technically, right, the balance really just favors Team Falcon with this lineup. For a while now, we're going to wait until we can see what Team Nightmare has picked up. And if they can do so, oh, it's the Arlet and the Fredrin, it does seem. So a lot more crowd control heavy. And with the Fredrin, that means that the jungle is also very, very strong. It can really swing both ways with the sustain and the damage.
Yep, I'm not too sure if the graphics are updating here, but just to confirm with you guys, Nightmare has drafted the Arlet and the Fredrin, and Falcons just concluded their first phase with the Yu-Zong pick. So responding here, there's gonna be quite a lot of dueling in that EXP lane if this Arlet does go in that direction. But I like the pick. The Final Slash really messes with the NetherRealm.
After seeing that 1-1 is the first pick for Team Nightmare, I was actually like kinda expecting to see a suppression here. I was kind of waiting to see a Kaja or maybe a Franco to stop that one, because Team Nightmare should be so confident to just like take 1-1 as a first pick.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately, right now we can't really confirm the bans that have been selected right here. But we can make a bit of an assumption, technically. Because for a Falcon, right?
I think it's Angela, and on the other side there is Akai for Team
well, we'll see, but again, for now, with the Faramis and the Matilda and the Yu-Zong, you expect some kind of damage output hero, because otherwise, all this protection will be for nothing, right? The NetherRealm and the Guiding Wind is meant to be used to protect someone, so I think a big carry is going to be available.
We're back.
Okay, we're back in action here. The graphics have been updated. Sorry about that, everyone. Thank you for being patient with us. So the Angela and Minotaur were banned out by Team Falcons. Akai banned out by Nightmare Esports. And it's interesting they would go with the Akai, because usually you would consider that as the counter to like the Faramis, for example. But since they are going with the Arlet Fredrin, this hero would be a threat in terms of that heavy spin during these team fights. So both sides do seem to be focusing around the fighting potential of their overall lineup.
Oh, they banned away a Brody, by the way, Nightmare. I feel like the Brody will be, it's a bit of a shame to use all this protection for a Brody that's already kind of self-sufficient. I thought something with a higher damage output, like a carry or something, would make sense, but now with a Martes even, it's going to be rounding out the resets, the extra bit of damage they require. Nightmare, I feel like they can just go for a split push. If they want to bank on a team fight here, it's going to be so difficult.
Well, they want to let Lotrick to analyze the enemy fully, because they don't want to take that marksman, they don't want to take that gold lane just yet, just to know if maybe they will go with the carry and they will have like that true damage upon such heavy heroes from Team Nightmare. And so far there are heavy heroes, but maybe they will add some more, because Arlet can be an XB lane, but also he has proven efficiency in terms of the roam. So maybe you'll see a carry. I was actually gonna say I expect a Bruno.
Let's go!
There he goes. There he goes. You got your
Tiger. I
Tiger.
get to cast this again. This is nice. We got the Take Real and the Valentina, so that Nether Realm is gonna get stolen away depending on how Soul is feeling. Even the Black Dragon Form and Decimate are pretty good overall.
Wow.
The team fight for Nightmare, pretty powerful, but with another tanky hero, carry is looking more likely. If not, then maybe the Ixia?
Something long range maybe as well. Ixia comes to mind, but so does maybe. I guess the carry really.
Actually, Lotrick is one of those who play Beatrix really good. Oh, the carry
It's
makes
gonna be
more,
carry.
yeah, makes more
I was
sense.
thinking that Irritor has potential right here. It's a bit of a counter to the 1-1. And you know, if you're secure with the healing and the mobility, and you can hit while moving, you can just cut down on the defensive items and just go all in on the damage. But it's gonna be the carry. But there's a lot of ways to deal with this. Part of why the Tigreal, I think, is underrated is the fact that during the whole combo, when you're getting hit with the Sacred Hammer, dragged away sideways, you can't really move either, right? So it's a bit of a delayed crowd control tool. And if they can stop the Fire Mist from casting the Nether Realm, for instance, that could be fatal.
Yeah, a lot of people think that like Divine Judgment and Body Hunt are the big single target stuns, but you kind of forget how long the Implosion Sacred Hammer combo actually is, and that's AoE as well. So we'll figure out whether or not it works this time. I'm hoping and praying, but we're jumping back into the land of Dawn. Will the Falcons control the skies, or will their nightmares drag them down to the ground? We'll find out in game number 1 of our second series. And it does look like we're going to jump into a pause real quick to make sure the players are able to perform at full potential.
Well, I think that the formation of Team Nightmare is quite paralyzing. There's a lot, tons of crowd control there. You have the Tigreal, you have also the Fredron, you can consider his crowd control tons, and you have the Arlot. What else is there? Is there like any crowd control? Yeah, there's the Horrifying from the Valentina, the second. It's like, it's an... it's full of, it has tons of crowd control.
And that's, I think, the idea, right? I thought they were just going to go full crowd control and duke it out against a Faramis Mathilda. But with a Valentina, that just changes things. And I think that now the big focus becomes the Faramis, right? In the hands of Goodnight. If he can just hide away and ensure that the Netherrealm does not get stolen right here, that could immediately tip the balance in favor of Falcons. But otherwise, there's just way too much crowd control here to really be able to fight comfortably for the side of Falcon. Because not to mention, there's only one Purify in the hands of the carry, so everyone else, I believe including the Faramis, no Purify, which means he can get comboed and locked down. That might be a mistake, dude.
I think what's going to be the most interesting about this match is that, like you mentioned, Nightmare has a lot of hard CC, and on the opposite side, Falcons have a good amount of utility with that Faramis Matilda. So it's a little bit of a battle between that crowd control, as well as how well Falcons are able to use their tools to be able to play around their opponents. But it's true that's very difficult here. Nightmare Esports, in terms of micro mechanics, certainly didn't seem to quite match up to Falcons based on their performance yesterday. But when you have a good hero lineup, a lot of that can be made up for.
Well, the sustainability that Team Falcons have is quite, like, it is remarkable. You have that Matilda, you have also the Faramis. You can extend the team fights for a very long time. But what I also like kind of notice is that they have reached to the backline with also the Yuzong. They have really good like damage output when you reach the late game with the carry. So at a certain point, I think that also Team Falcons have a really good draft in their own way. So yeah, Team Nightmare have that like tremendous amount of crowd control on their side, but drafting wise, I would actually lean toward Team Falcon.
I think I have the exact opposite opinion, man. I think everyone who knows me knows that I do stay tactical, but I also like crowd control. I always say that crowd control is the key. The team with the crowd control dictates how the fights happen, right? Where it happens and when it happens. So I feel like in that sense, it's going to be a lot easier for Nightmare to, let's say, set up for an objective and then punish when Falcons are out of position. Whereas the exact opposite isn't exactly true. The only real way they can engage is with a Black Dragon form, a Petrify Furious Dive combo maybe, or with the Circling Eagle. But if they do that, they also remove a lot of ways for them to counter the players of Nightmare. So that's where I stand on the drafts.
I also have a bias towards crowd control. CC is
biased towards the Tigreal.
Fun.
We know
the
it,
Tigreal.
You lion.
But I also predicted Falcons. So I don't know why these teams keep doing this to me, this sort of situation. I feel like there's a vendetta against me on the desk right now. Hopefully that's not the case.
The conspiracy theory.
But it's true. While it's true that there's a lot of crowd control on the Nightmare side, there's also a certain degree of difficulty to the execution, especially like Tigreal really depends on that flicker to set up the implosion combo. And if Falcons can out-micro them, like you can pull people out of stuns with the Guiding Winds, the Nether Realm, the Black Dragon form just comes into the back line and suddenly the CC has to go in a different direction. So there's a lot of stuff to consider.
That's where you forgot, dude. They have an Arlet. If they final slash everyone in position,
also fair.
they can immediately go with a Sacred Hammer and then Implosion combo. With an Arlet and a Fredrin, they can both stay in the front and take some damage in that back and forth situation.
So you're actually saying that Team Falcon will be paralyzed?
I think so. I mean, it's hard to imagine that none of these crowd control tools are gonna land, especially with only one Purify. We have an M-Series fact right here though, a decline in the Appraiser's worth. Fredrin, the most picked hero of M4, has finally been picked after 13 games on the wildcard stage.
It feels kind of unbelievable. You would think that Fredrin had showed up at some point, but the fact that this is his first appearance, the entire wildcard is insane. The hero really has dropped off a little bit in terms of his overall value during the drafting phase. And while I myself am a Fredrin player, I am kind of glad because we have seen a little bit too much of this man.
Too much of that characteristic undercut.
He had an era for himself.
Absolutely, man. Always pick or ban, and at some point he was able to be flexed to the EXP as well as the jungle, in the mid lane as well sometimes, and I think at one point even the roam position, but that's a long while back. But it's so flexible. It's built-in sustain, damage, and crowd control, right? It's just a good all-rounder. But I do believe that in the current meta, despite the rise of assassins and the like, the Fredrin is still solid, but I think a lot of teams are just trying to hide it, dude. I suspect that in M5, over in the Philippines, we might just see a bit more of these.
Really? Again?
More Fredrins.
Are we, like, I don't know. Like, even as a Fredrin player, I do feel like the heroes just had a bit too much time in the spotlight. Like, how do you feel about Fredrin?
Well, look, as I told you, at some point, that professional player, if you remember the topic that we talked about in the last match, told me it's about perfecting. It was actually at the Fredrin era, at the utility heroes era, that those like tanky heroes who can go in just to secure that objective, or like neutral objective. So, Fredrin getting picked again, it will need that era to come back, the utility heroes era. But right now we have the assassins, we have the even like marksmen, we have Yusun Shin today. We have fighters, we have everything.
I think the marksmen are a bit more of an exception, right?
Yeah, well, it was a Yusun Shin.
Here's the thing, Yasu. When there are a lot of marksmen and assassins in the jungle, what becomes good in the jungle?
Tanks.
Tanks, fighters. That's part of why I think it's going to make a comeback, man. With so many slippery heroes like the Nolan, there's going to be so many like flexible teams that they can pick, they can let the Nolan go through in the banning phase, and then they can punish it using heroes like the Fredrin.
I would actually hate that to happen. I hated the tanky junglers meta.
Same, I'm gonna be honest. It's just, like, yes, it's effective, but it's also not the most fun to watch, we wanna be entertained when we're in the Land of Dawn, especially watching these tournaments, and just seeing this big beefy guy walk around killing creatures in the jungle, maybe coming out of his cave once in a while to do something. It's not the most riveting experience.
I mean, earlier we saw a bunch of Boxias come in. Of course, as an exception, we did see the Yusun Shin as well, but generally there's still a lot of fighters left in the jungle right now.
Yeah, Leomord, Roger.
Leomord, yeah. I forgot about that.
That's true. Do we want to remember that?
Alpha just came.
What else? Is there any other interesting jungle heroes that we've yet to see?
Interesting jungle heroes we've yet to see?
Yeah, yet to see.
Paquito?
Ooh. Paquito in the jungle.
We haven't yet, right?
Not in recent times. We saw Paquito in the EXP lane earlier.
Yeah.
But it used to be able to be flexed in the same way like the Fredrin, right? EXP, jungle, mid, and roam. Just like unreal. In fact, even further back, the Paquito was able to be used in the gold lane as well.
Yeah, that was a
thing. A long time ago.
That was a fun time though.
You know,
love memory lane.
you know, actually, this is a bad memory for me because
Why is it?
it was used against Mina.
Not the best time, especially if you have to play against it. But hey, it does add to the experience, makes things a little more interesting to watch. For now, though, it does look like we're gonna take a moment to make sure that everything on the stage is going properly. We gotta make sure that competitive integrity is maintained, that if the players are having any issues with their devices or their connection or so on, that we are going to fix it. No worries, the marshals are already on it. For now, though, let's open up the conversation a little bit. We are now nearly halfway through the wildcard group stage. Are the teams you predicted going to M5 in the beginning still the same now?
Wow, that's a good question.
I'll be real with you, I don't quite remember. I might need a break.
You don't remember? Okay, then just to give you a little bit more time to like gather your thoughts, we're gonna go on a short break, of course, to make sure that the players are in a good state as well. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere, but if you want to grab a snack, go to the bathroom, this is the time to do it. When we come back, Nightmare Esports will face off against Team Falcons in the Land of Dawn. We will see you guys there.
energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's really the love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've been kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's really the love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Na. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's really the love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've been kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's really the love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe
a comeback, ace this round, and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind.
Ladies and gentlemen, look alive! The M5 World Championships wildcard stage has returned to your screens. Thank you very much for being patient with us, but we are back. And thank you very much for joining us once again. My name is Stafa, alongside Arashi and Yasu once again. For those of you who are just joining us now, we're about to enter our second best of 3 series of the day. It is going to be Team Falcons versus Nightmare Esports. Now, we already talked a lot of stuff. I hope you guys still remember the draft, because I'm about to quiz you now. Who are you predicting is going to win game 1, starting with Arashi?
Yo, man, card control is the key. Every single time I'll keep saying that again and again. I think the exception would be when there's a lot of movement, right? We can just move around and maneuver, maybe go for a bit of a split push. But I gotta say, I side with Nightmare Esports on this one.
Ooh.
Dodo.
Really?
He's not Dafa, he's Dodo.
Dodo, got the mascot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here. He's on the wildcard stage. You guys thought he wouldn't be here, but he's here.
He made it.
Is he always on broadcast?
Yeah, he is. He's just sitting there. Shall I just leave him
Dang.
like this so that his head pops out?
Yeah.
Like a stalker.
You guys know he's stalking the camera. But
Maybe because he's with you today, maybe you'll get your predictions right.
ooh, that's true. I already got the first one right.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because, but he was here yesterday too.
No one saw him yesterday. You could have just let
It's
it
true.
go.
He didn't
you know?
appear on camera.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because he has to be on camera, you know?
Maybe
That's
this is your
true,
lucky
huh?
charm.
Lucky charms.
Oh, you're right. This is the
Yeah.
lucky charm.
It's all about the lucky charms, man. Even in the previous match, the Lucky Charms is losing in the first game. We'll see if a repeat kind of
Honestly, I
happens.
should have
right
brought
now.
him out yesterday.
You lost in the first day.
That's true. But I feel like I should have brought him out yesterday, because
Should've.
all of us were dressed in like purple and black yesterday, and
Yeah, you mean
same-
Gideon.
Yeah, I missed,
Shout out Gideon Q.
I missed out on an opportunity. Yeah. But
Well,
either way, so Nightmare.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the only one here. Do you agree?
Do I agree with the crowd control? Yeah, I know that it's so annoying. I know that it's really good to have crowd control.
But
Look, I want to say something that also looks really good. Look at this close-up shot. Again. Come close.
whoa,
You'll
It's
see
a-
that.
he's
Yeah,
demand-
you'll see my frame having that Yuzong skin here. It like looks so really good. But let's go back to the topic.
move the figure. Move.
Yeah, actually,
There you go.
I don't want to. I don't want to mess with it. So the crowd control is really annoying. The crowd control is really good. But Falcons team, if they execute it, yeah. See, it looks like the close
It's like
shot
you're a
looks
figure
really
salesman,
good.
dude. You're like, look at this right here.
Yeah,
This is quality.
yes.
But
this
you can
is
actually
quality.
get this with the M5 pass in game.
Ooh, the transition
Ah,
though.
Yeah.
See?
Like when you like lit better than great slide into your sentence. It's the same feeling.
Into your DMs.
Yeah, it's like
Nice.
here you can get also the M5 pass. You can have a chance of this. Yeah.
You sure
I
can.
like what you can do. Dude.
Anyways, back to the game.
Back to the game.
Take it
to the
away,
game.
Dodo man.
So, wait, which team did you predict? Did you answer
Falcon.
that?
I said
You did
Falcon.
you-
Falcon 2 to
He's
1.
biased.
No, 2 to 1.
Just kidding.
Maybe I kept some information from yesterday. Maybe.
Ooh.
Get some insider information.
Maybe.
Can we get some of that insider information later? I hope so. But for now, we're gonna be jumping into the land of Dawn. Thank you very much for being patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Nightmare Esports on the blue side. We got Team Falcons on the red side, and it already begins. Hulk taking some abuse here.
Yeah, he needed to go back, and I think if Joviana is wanting to commit to that.
Well, that's a lot of damage. So now taking the aggression. The Terrifier is going to be enough. But that's a Tigreal, man. Level 1 and 2. It's actually quite underrated how much crowd control and how long it actually lasts. For now, though, with a Mathilda in the picture, it will be unlikely for him to get anything too meaningful. In the mid lane, I feel like Goodnight now has a bit more control to play with here with Super.
Jasmine.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. No. See, he's stealing you. No.
Yep. No. We thought it might happen. He might get the Sacred Hammer, but it was Goodnight who actually pulled him back instead. As of right now, a good amount of skirmishing happening on both sides. Lexi actually being able to red trigger that gold crab away as well from Leo. But neither team looking to totally commit. They're probably waiting for that turtle timing.
They might be waiting for the level 4 as well, but look at this trap.
Oh, maybe we should not wait until the turtle time. But at the bot lane, Hulk is still surviving. But first blood drawn by Joviana.
That was close. For a moment, it looked like he might get out, but
we didn't get. It's a 1-to-1 trade, but it was almost there. A clean kill for Super.
But now with Mathilda, it's gonna be a jungle fight, and too easy for Lexi. In this situation, has a bit more to work with.
Well, Tiger is not yet level 4, but he does have that bush. With the second skill, he can keep Leo away, and also Jovian can make that work and make that happen. Leo goes back. Goodnight is forced to use his ultimate, and the turtle goes to the favor of Team Nightmare.
In terms of long-term investment, Falcons did win by getting the kill onto Cammy, but in short term, they needed the Mathilda for that turtle. Wow.
Oh, slashing him apart. Slashing him apart. Like, Arashi, is it like normal for an Arlot to win against a Yuzong in the lane?
It's a Yuzong, and it depends on how long the trade goes. If the Yuzong can get those stacks up, the Sha energy stacks, it's going to be a bit more difficult because he gets more damage and he gets more sustain. But initially, especially at level 1, and Joviana on this Arlot just going all in aggressive. And so far, for Team Falcons, they're just not matching the fighter damage potential because fighters' strong suit is the early to mid game. And Cammy, even though he gets taken out, he did get a kill, so it's a bit of a win-lose kind of.
Yeah, that does even out overall a little bit. In the bottom, Leo securing the gold crab once again. We can see in terms of the emblems, once again, a good amount of movement going to be prioritized on both teams here. Actually, there's going to be quite a lot of quantum charges as well.
They want a movement speed. They want a bit of extra sustain as well. The two members with the... Oh, hang on.
Oh, Goodnight was almost there.
Very close.
Goodnight was almost like close to say Goodnight himself.
Yeah, but with the point, the ones with the quantum charge also have the Festival of Blood, so it's a bit more of a sustain tool, more so than a utility tool, I think. But for now, it's still going to be a waiting game. And I feel like in this situation, it's going to be a Nightmare that wants to try and get something done.
They are just like, you know, like fighting behind that turret. And he is able to do so because so far, Arlot is dominating his lane.
Well, we can see a too easy for Lexi going in.
Oh, he is trying to commit to it. He will get that kill. Low trick. Did he trigger anything? No. He is still alive. He is alive with a miracle. Jasmine is out. He is out by the hands of Goodnight. Too easy for Lexi. Is it too easy for Lexi? Let's see together. Will Cammy commit? No, he will not commit. Goodnight goes back, and Team Falcons gets a kill. But I think that they potentially lost that turret.
That right there is the dictionary definition of greed. Jasmine thought the kill was secured for sure, so he held on to that implosion and then used it too late. And by that time, Super had already pulled his gold laner out of danger.
Joviana,
he just stands
with the
there.
standstill before the flicker, just making a statement. Look at the bottom side though. Jasmine is trying and deter Logic from getting too much gold tower gold.
He have to pull back. He have to pull back.
Can he get it?
No, it's so hard.
So.
Jasmine, does he have a flicker? He does have a
Also
flicker.
here too,
Oh,
dude.
he doesn't need to even use that flicker. The final slash coming smoothly by Joviana.
That's a bit of overkill, man. Even the Netherrealm popped out there. That is crazy.
Yeah, that
That's
felt
crazy.
kind of unnecessary. Yes, Jasmine wouldn't have been able to catch that himself, so we did see Juviana there, but the Netherrealm especially was not needed there. I'm pretty sure they would have survived that dive, but I don't think they're going to be doing too much in the next few seconds anyway, so I guess it's a pretty good trade there for Nightmare Esports.
I feel like Nightmare now, having a bit of a lead in the gold lane, sort of, they should really try and look for the jungler right here. They have what it takes to really shut down Leo in the jungle, and if they can do that, then there's no real early game power pick for Team Falcons to play around with.
But the map looks like a mirror to me because while Team Nightmare is focusing on that top lane, Team Falcons is focusing on the bot lane, and Super manages to make Joviana away, and the turret is exchanged by Team Falcons.
Making sure they're able to get the tier 1s in the EXP lanes respectively, but a mid lane fight.
Oh, look at that ultimate flicker coming here. We can see here that the 1-1 will use her ultimate. She couldn't commit to it because there was no time, and the final slash coming, taking Logic away, taking away the marksman out of the calculations.
Man, even with the fact that Oasis there are still a massive fight, and now it's still not over.
Oh yeah, it's not over because slash after slash after slash, it needs a final slash, but that final slash is beating here by Leo, getting that kill on Too Easy for Lexi.
Yeah, too easy for Lexi. Definitely overstayed his welcome there. His team did very well in that fight. That's the strength for all the crowd control that they have. But he could have just walked away. It really wasn't likely that they were going to be able to get another kill. But at least they're able to give Canvey that tier 1 down bottom and slowly start snowballing on this 1-1.
That is a big problem later on, especially for Cammy. The Netherrealm is a bit of a good counter against the crossbow of Tang, but later on it's still going to be a lot of damage, and Leo here almost gets caught out. He's going to be zoned away, man. Look at how much response is used to just tell Leo, like, yo, get away from the turtle, bro.
This turtle.
And I'm abuse we against that.
Yeah, this turtle does not belong to them anymore. That's gonna go over the Too Easy for Lexi. Brought to you by Republic of Gamers. As of right now, Nightmare Esports still gonna be maintaining a 1.8k net worth lead, but honestly, it's not all that much. And if Team Falcons can continue buying time for Lotric, their late game can be pretty good.
Yeah, Kami's in a really bad position. The Black Dragon formation here, and we can see that Jasmine is in a really bad place, but who is really in a bad place is that Team Falcon now cannot, they already can take that damage, and they also take that double kill. Leo is there, and Team Falcons with the double kill.
Very well played right there. Going for Jasmine instead of Cammy, and they were actually able to bait him in. Oh, Juviana?
Yeah, he's taken now some of his own medicine. He's now facing the slashes of that Martian, and will it be a final slash? A final slash is there by Joviana, but the ultimate should be triggered, and there's a knock-up. There's a knock-up happening here. Too Easy for Lexi is trying to continue with that team fight. He's trying to follow up and save his teammates, and he does save his teammates. Team Nightmare goes back.
Now it's a bit of an opposite situation right there. Earlier there was a fight that led to a target getting taken, and just like that, Nightmare Esports give Team Falcons the same exact situation. You can see the Sea Halberd rush for Cammy right here, so that's a lot of reduction, right, in the healing, but it's also a lot of max HP damage that can be used to deal with Leo and Hulk. And for now, man, I think Nightmare Esports need to just not go for anything too crazy. The earlier play, man, 2v3 was not required at all. They need to try and get into the jungles right here and go for a 5v5. They have the superior team fight setup.
Yeah, they've already lost a lot of the network superiority they had before. We could see in terms of gold, basically pretty even, these teams, and the most important players, Lotric as well as Cammy, are pretty close in terms of item builds. So no real advantage being built up for the late game on either side right now, and that could be concerning here for Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, in terms of the kills, it is equal. In terms of the gold, it is almost there, but there was almost there. What was that? What was that? What a really nice engagement from you. Oh, Leo is out, double kill, but there's a shutdown. Hulk is trying to get Suso, and he does. Rubiana's in danger, and Team Nightmare might face a whiteout. They might face a whiteout, but Too Easy for Lexi escapes. Team Falcons are soaring beyond their limits.
Now that was a turnaround right there. We thought Nightmare got the best engage they could, but that Netherrealm changed things instantly.
I think it's not exactly just the Nether Realm. The fact is, the Sacred Hammer actually pushed people out of the Nether Realm range. The problem is that the main damage dealer, Cammy on the 1-1, was the first to fall in that engagement. How does it happen, man? Does he not play the 1-1? Is he just overextending too much? They can't keep doing this. Let's take a look at the instant replay brought to you by Kadea. If you look at this, it was looking so good, but without the 1-1 available right here, what can they do, man? They have fighters available, but fighters don't do well against the carry. They're just shredding everybody down right here. They should have all just pulled back the moment the 1-1 gets taken out.
Yeah, the consistent damage was way more available for Team Falcons once Cammy fell. Jasmine.
A death bush, you don't want to get there, you don't want to get there.
Rematch.
Jasmine is now, oh, nice ultimate. Nice ultimate, nice escape, but there is a really good damage. Lodric is still up to it. Lodric gets the kill even though he's miles away. And who's also miles away is you, Jubiana. Jubiana also fall down. Leo, Team Falcons got 2 of Team Nightmares, and also, they also have the Lord.
The crowd going wild right now for Team Falcons, actually. Every time Nightmare Esports looks for an engage, the Falcons are right there, waiting for them. And even though there was so much commit onto Lotric to try and pick off the carry, he is online. I'm pretty sure he's got his Trinity by now. The Lord taking a lot of structures.
They should be aware of that crossbow of Tang. It might turn things around.
You gotta be careful here still, of course. But for Nightmare Esports, they're just playing this weird. Like even there in that fight, Jubiana went in absolutely alone. What was the idea here? It seems like they're just fighting spontaneously, and they have no idea what to do when someone runs into contact, right? They have no idea if they should back away or if they should try and commit to the fight. Just like right now, Jasmine taking damage for no reason.
Yeah, he is taking damage for no reason. I don't know actually why or what is he aiming for at this moment.
He's just trying to get information. He doesn't really need the brawl with Leo, but it's still okay since Tigreal as a hero is pretty hard to take down. The problem for Nightmare Esports, though, they don't really have good split push presence, right? Arlet isn't really the type of hero you send to shove down a lane. And right now their team fighting isn't actually working out for them either, even with all the crowd control. So Team Falcons are in a really good spot to secure this game.
I feel like this composition could have worked without the 1-1 still. I wonder if the idea is to take it away from Lotric instead. Because honestly, that's the problem right here. He's just a bit too immobile as a 1-1. Usually you see 1-1s dodging from everything, but in this game, he's just getting completely nuked out before anything even happens. So he needs to be a bit more careful, because there's a lot of ways that Nightmare Esports can really bait out the ultimates. Look at this death wish though.
Wow, it's a really calculated positioning by Team Falcons, and here we see that the Black Dragon formation has been triggered by Hulk. Super is also flying, as a wise man said, Kaka! How he do it is really magnificent how Team Falcons got that team fight. They take away the rumor before the time for a Lord.
The Shadow Stampede pulls this game have been immaculate. Good Knight still living up to his potential as one of the standout players yesterday in the mid lane. Right now, Team Falcons in full control of the game and the map. The Lord is easy for them, no problem at all. Nightmare Esports, what do they have to do?
Nightmare Esports, I think what they had to do was avoid throwing so much in the early game, but now I feel like the best they can do is wait for a mistake.
Ooh,
unless
nice
Team Falcons
steal.
really makes a mistake, I don't think there's a way for Nightmare Esports to come back to this. Their main strength is the fighters, the early game, the crowd control. But now with no real way to bait out the Netherrealm, no real way to split apart the Pharamis from the carry, what are they supposed to do? They have to just sit there and take the damage coming in from the carry, and that's percentage HP damage, dude. And they don't even have blade armors. What is going on here?
But aren't the marksmen equal in gold, almost?
They are almost equal, but Lotric does seem to be positioning a lot better than
more health.
Cammy. Yeah, the health helps a lot as well. Nightmare Esports gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Bottom inhibitor is gone. Lord crashing up top.
Yeah, Lord is just getting in there, getting the second inhibitor turret for Team Falcons. Team Falcons might go in, but Good Knight didn't want to go in that way with the final slash. The Black Dragon probe is now triggered by Hulk, and Hulk might go. Hulk is here. Hulk arrived. Team Falcons are trying to go in, but Team Nightmare don't want to let that happen. They don't want to let it go. Kavi is looking to trigger his own ultimate, but he cannot find any ultimate openings. He will not find it at time, but Kami takes the kill. Double kill for that Leo. Triple kill might be committed. Triple kill is there. And Team Falcons might just finish. They have the marksman, they have the jungler. Now they don't have the jungler, but they do have good knight. They might go for that finish. Only too easy. Too easy for Lexi. Is it too easy for Lotric? It is not so easy for Lotric. They are trying to touch the base. Have a touch base. Is it a base down? Is it a touch base? One more touch. One more touch. One more touch. One more touch. Puts that base down.
With his final breath. Good night, bids good night to the opposing side. And wishes they have nightmares in their dreams. Literally the final hit by those minions. I cannot believe that happened.
Wow, dude. They're so good. You can see him just bolting all the way from the mid lane.
Yeah.
I'm coming in, dude. I'm gonna save the game. And he did. Good night, Nightmare. We'll have to see if they can come back in the next game, but that was a solid showing, dude.
Okay, I want to take pride of something. You both said that crowd control would win, and both of you like the draft of Team Nightmare. Now I'll say the execution. My information, my side, when I said I favor Team Falcon, I am right.
I mean, I got an answer for that. I didn't see a single crossbow of tank, dude.
Yeah, not a single one, right?
Not a single one. So I feel like if everything goes according to plan, you know, it goes like how it's supposed to go on paper, there's a lot more potential in the roster of Nightmares, but that is just not how it went, right? Their game plan was not solid. They got pushed apart, kind of confused by the pace that was pushed on them by Team Falcon. And in the end, Lotric on that carry, man. I mean, he should be a bit more vulnerable, right? He has no tools like the crossbow of Tang, but he's the one standing in front doing damage. And on the flip side, it's the one that looks kind of useless, to be honest.
It's quite weird the way that these fights were taken, because Lotric was doing a good job. He understood that Nightmare Esports seems to have this tendency of wanting to run at him, so he just has to stand there and pelt them down like a turret. Whereas on the opposite side, Cammy could have just waited for his team to set up these crossbows of Tang for him, and yet his positioning always seemed to be really far in front. And that did not help the situation. Nightmare Esports were missing out on a lot of their damage. They had the crowd control, but what happens if you CC the enemy and there's no damage behind them?
It was really actually strange for me to see that you have that ton amount of crowd control and not be able to even pull out one crossbow tank.
Yeah, that felt bad, but let's go over to our MVP of Game 1. And of course, it's gotta be the man himself, right? Good night on the Faramis. Literally the deciding factor, flying in after his respawn just to get those final few hits on the crystal and secure the game for his team.
Is that a support boot I spot in his in-game equipment? Well, he's going for a lot of agilities, the Windowless Blessing. He's trying to be all around the map as much as possible. And the fact that he doesn't have to back down because his team has a better quote-unquote all-in team fight means that he can use the Stampede a lot more aggressively. Usually we see it used by Faramis to actually escape from a fight. But when you don't have to escape, then you're using it to pull back all the short-range fighters that Nightmare Esports have in their, in their composition. So, which begs the question, why did it go so south, man? Because initially, everything was going fine for Nightmare, but then they split apart. I don't know if they felt like they were too strong, right? They couldn't fail, too big to fail almost. But Falcons immediately capitalized, getting pickups on multiple members, and afterwards just making use of that carry to immediately get all the shred damage on the tankier members of Nightmare Esports.
I think I can kind of somewhat explain what happened with Nightmare Esports here, because this is kind of a weakness of their team overall. They have a tendency to prioritize team fighting, and they like making it messy. They have a tendency to actually trade bodies, and a lot of their fighting comes down to just having the numerical advantage, which a lot of time was not achieved because of the way the Falcons were positioning.
I think numerical advantage is one thing, but on the other side, I mean, they keep going for fights like this, where Lotric is even here, in the fight that goes well for them, Lotric isn't exactly prioritized, you know? And in a lot of these fights, you can see that for the most part, no real... Oh, there's a crossbow of Tang.
There was one.
But it wasn't high impact at all. And here is a big engage did by Jasmine, but where is Cammy? He gets one shot immediately. This is no team that's winning, that's ahead in gold. How the heck did the gold laner with so much mobility just get nuked down? That is just not, I don't think that's acceptable at this level of play. And afterwards, they keep fighting, but look at the Lotric. For the most part, the bulk of the ultimates and the resources aren't used to really shut him down. And in the end, they try to fight going backwards like this, and their composition just isn't built for it. There's no way they can pull it off.
Yeah, it's not the best synergy here coming from Nightmare Esports, and they're gonna need to figure out the more precise ways of how they want to approach the next game, because if we see this kind of gameplay again, I have no doubt that Falcons are the better team just overall. But what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that the one player for me who was outstanding for a reason, I think that it was like a Shinigami for Team Falcon. Leo was just like collecting souls in this game.
That is true. His score at the end, like, we didn't highlight him very much this game, but 9-2-3 is very impressive.
Look at Goodnight here, though.
Oh my
the hero.
This is like, I'm coming in, boys, watch out. We thought
it's a last
they
hit.
stopped him.
Yeah, he did.
But that projectile, that final projectile, literally, with his dying breaths, saving the game for his team.
So close yet so far, dude. And looking at the stats afterwards, even the buffs were just taken away from Falcons. Once the Lord was in play, Falcons just used the advantage they had and the fact that they can now predict the movement of Nightmare to really force them into a fight that's a bit more coordinated in the Lord pit. You know, you're talking earlier about their weakness being how they lean into team fights and how messy they like their team fights. I feel like in a messy team fight, it'll be good for them because they'll find Lotric. The thing is, it wasn't messy. They just went on weird people. Like, they were jumping on Hulk, they were jumping on Leo. Not exactly who you should be prioritizing, especially knowing that, for the most part, their whole composition relies on Lotric just shredding everyone down.
Yeah, there didn't seem to be a big game plan here, even though there's a very obvious target on the side of Team Falcons. So Nightmare Esports has a lot of cleaning up to do if they want to have better chances going into game number 2. But the draft for Team Falcons was really effective against this team here. Having the extra life in the Netherrealm, as well as the way to just go on in and out so easily with Super, is very good to deal with a team that's less experienced at dealing with these kinds of engagements.
If you look at his items as well, for Cammy, he has the Wind of Nature and he's building towards a Rose Gold, I assume. So he has some defensive items, but he just was zoned out so hard. I expected the carry to be in his position, but that's just the exact opposite of what happens right here. Showing again that it's not only about the drafts, dude. It's how you're able to actually execute on your game plan and avoid the big mistakes like what they did earlier. With so much catch, they are the ones who lost their marksman. Can you believe it?
Yeah, do you think it's because like coordination was lacking or something? It did feel like there were a lot of fights where like Jasmine, for example, jumped in and then the team was either like a bit slow to respond, or maybe Cammy just felt too confident that an implosion would set up a crossbow for sure that he just jumps on in.
Well, if that's the case, then they shouldn't be playing the 1-1. That's not how you're supposed to use it, man. But they missed coordination, I think so. There's some big moments there with the final slash, for instance. There was a lot of great final slashes that hit like 4 people, but there wasn't really any follow-up. So it doesn't seem like coordinated or communicated at least before it even happens. Looking at the cards right here, Lotric, of course, is the rich guy. The carry, though, it's your boy Goodnight, the dancing man.
We definitely don't give enough props to Faramis as a hero for the amount of DPS that he's able to output. We did see his itemization. Goodnight went for full DPS on that hero, but it's still quite insane when you compare it to like Lotric, who is just getting the free hit against Nightmare Esports.
It was like it's like offering candy for a kid. You're just like letting Lotric farm wherever he wants, however he wants, whenever he wants. So Lotric at this moment was like inevitable for him to deal such amount of damage. And I would like actually to say that Team Falcons at this moment, if things went south for them, because in the early game, if you remember Joviana, he was winning. He was winning his lane. He was winning all the trades. At a certain point, if it weren't for that finish, last like hit finish, Team Falcons for me would have fell down.
I don't quite think so, because again, I think the real advantage is the early game, right? And even the Valentina, you know, against the Faramis, you just don't have the same kind of flexibility, same kind of mobility as well. So I feel like the longer the game goes, the more logic just sits there, right? Especially if you can't really set up the crossbow of tank on your own. If you need one big ultimate, a teamfight ultimate to set up for your crossbow of tank, I don't think you can do it, man. Look at his damage output right here. This was a winning game, at least initially. So compared to his team, yes, he's doing more damage, but only 3K.
Do you think that the problem was there was actually too much setup here? Like having Tigreal, Fredrin, and Arlet may be lacking in terms of like burst damage, especially combined with like later game heroes like the 1-1 and Valentina?
I think they really could have rationed it better. If you want to go for a pick-off or an exchange or initiate, you can use like two, right? Two ultimates and save one. But they were just using all of it up. And then at some point, Logic shows up and he's like, yo, what's up?
That's what I'm saying. Look at his turret damage. He was like taking everything he wanted.
The fact that Lotric has 100% teamfight participation and is the only one in the game to have 100% teamfight participation on a hero that typically wants to wait is very strange.
Well,
and
hey,
definitely contributed.
It's 15 minutes, right? It is the late game, by all means. You know, in Mobile Legends, the games go quick.
Falcon
But at
jadi
15
guide,
minutes,
right?
that's the late game. That is where the carry becomes relevant. So it's on curve. You know, the issue is like, why wasn't he kept down even longer, considering how ahead Nightmare was? They had all the pressure in the early game. They did not invade the jungle. They didn't go for proper dives, right? They didn't force the ultimates out and zone Falcon away from their resources. So I just don't understand.
I think Nightmare went into the game with a good idea of focusing onto the EXP lane, because if they're able to win that out instantly and unlock Juviana, it sets up a lot of teamfight potential for the rest of the squad. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to put down Hulk enough. They did get one kill, but that was after a lot of effort. And after that, I feel like they tunnel visioned a little bit. Like they couldn't quite figure out how to translate into the next step because the first step already didn't go the way they planned. So if that's the case, a lot of adjustment has to be made going into the next game.
It almost felt like they were trying to actually farm up a bit and let the 1-1 farm. And that's not a big deal at all. But after, in the mid game, where the 1-1 who wins the lane due to all the ganks, right? Or at least can have more backup to actually win that lane, I feel like you have to go a bit more aggressive with the 1-1. That's where the power spike really hits, right? In the mid game, especially with a good laning phase if you're not completely shut down. So I feel like their decision making, right? When to go for what could be amended, right? Even when they were going for the engages, who they go in on and who goes in together could also benefit from a bit more communication, I feel like.
Well, going like backstage for both teams, I think that we have seen already a moment yesterday where a team going back to their rooms, coming back a totally different team, which was like Team KBG, if I'm not mistaken. So Nightmare had that opportunity now to discuss whatever was wrong in the formation, whatever was wrong in the macro skills. If there was someone underperforming, they have had the chance to discuss. So this is the time to show the result of that discussion.
Beyond that as well, we have to highlight again the fact that Nightmare Esports does have a coaching staff, whereas Team Falcons does not. And even then, they were able to win out in terms of that draft and execution. Wow. So if Nightmare Esports is able to like figure things out here, able to use the break time, then we can see the value of that coaching staff. Otherwise, it's gonna become a little bit of a discussion here.
For sure. I mean, just because you have coaching staff doesn't make you immediately the better team, right? I mean, that's an assumption, but unfortunately, there's so many factors that we might not even be aware of that dictates which team can do better right here, right now. So I really do think that there's adjustments need to be made from both teams, because even technically for Falcons, it wasn't the most, the most dominant performance either, right? They were struggling in the early game, but looking at the audience predictions right here, they are definitely the favorites.
Yeah, it's very overwhelmingly leaning into the Falcons side. Even here on the stage itself, we heard a lot of cheering for Team Falcons when they were executing these big plays. So it does look like the team from MPL Meta has actually quite a large fan base, even outside of their own region.
Well, we are trying. We are trying to have like a better show off on the, or like showcase on the international stages, and so far so good. So Team Falcons are doing really good. Team Falcons are proving that they can bring up something new to the table, Yeah, they are doing like the classical draft, and for me personally, because like I've
नहीं
been
ना,
like
वो
able
होता है ना,
to cast all the
सामने
games
वाले के
during
skins भी
the
copy हो
MPL
जाते हैं.
season. For me, there's no surprises whatsoever for Team Falcons. So
वो है कि
or like would it
सामने वाले को
be a
पास
possibility that
स्किन
TSM
से तो
United didn't
अच्छा है, अगर
pick
नहीं है
Team
तो फिर
Falcons? Because
वैलेंटीना
for
के
me,
स्किन्स
Yeah.
होके भी फायदा नहीं,
Nothing
वेस्ट.
so basically, the performance of Team Falcons here in the wild card is still pretty much the same as how
yeah,
they performed in MPL Mena.
with the same picks.
Wow, really? That's quite a statement, because if that is the case, then like teams, this is one of the teams that like opposing sides would have a lot of information on, because they have a whole MPL season for them to research and watch. So it does lead to a pretty big question, and we'll find out whether or not Nightmare
वो
Esports has
फायदा
the
नहीं,
answers
वो
necessary
नहीं हो
as
सकता
we
ना,
go
क्योंकि देख
on into
अभी
the drafting phase for game number
सब
2.
हीरो
Data,
के
patience, and
कलेक्टर स्किन्स
patience
नहीं.
going to be at the forefront of everyone's mind. We'll see what happens.
Right, so
सबके
the order at least is going to
कलेक्टर
be a bit
स्किन नहीं
similar,
होती, वैसे
but
भी वो
I do feel
देखा
like
जाए तो
it's a bit weird here. I feel
डिसएडवांटेज ही
like
है.
you can't really use the tools available, like the one for instance. There's no real need to force yourself into that role, because I feel like that is a bit counterproductive. We'll see if they pick it again and prove me wrong this time, right? The caster curse is very much alive right now. But for now, it's going to be that Matilda ban, the Valentina ban as well. Seems like they're going to be trying to like take that Faramis away. And for Falcon, just going with the Khalid, still so far pretty standard.
Yeah, the Khalid is still the same for now. The Faramis was a big problem. It was MVP previously. With the Valentina gone, it definitely does send the message that Nightmare Esports may want to contest it for themselves. Wonder if there's anything else.
Well, speaking of caster curses, I think that we are here in Malaysia. There is like a famous, most like, I'm not gonna say curse the caster, but the caster who, when he is there, the teams of Malaysia lose. We are here like with Lafel. Hopefully, like this SMG takes the ticket. So that what came to my mind when we said like caster curse.
Right.
All he has to do is not say that SMG will win.
So
Then we're
so far
fine.
he's good.
Because usually, like, the way we game the caster curse is Lafel will predict the opposite team.
Also, so far he didn't predict, so they are fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what that's why, like, on the if you didn't know, that's why on the international stage, whenever you see Lafel's predictions, it's for the team that the Malaysian team is facing, so that his curse affects them.
So is that why he's put in the host position right now? They're like, yo, please, we can't deal with another curse.
No, it's because he's such a good translator.
I see. Well, that's,
Yeah.
that's very true as well. Well, Nightmare now, though, with the Valentina banned out, they will ban out the Nolan as well. I have to wonder if Falcon is thinking of doing the same thing right here. I mean, with the if they want to get the if they want to deny the Faramis, they can do it right here, and they do. So I think the gold lane becomes the next more contested thing. But
Mist
Unable is
Bender
generally one, so is he gonna? Is
Bender वाले
Nightmare Esports gonna try and get that again?
आल्डोस का
But
कौन
they
सा
kinda
स्किन?
just banned their own Faramis.
Yes.
कलेक्टर.
Because I think they were expecting Nightmare to just pick it up.
I actually kind of thought they might let it through and then grab heroes like the Arlet that will just straight up
Sun
counter
का
it
है मेरे
themselves,
पास.
but I guess they just want to take it off the table entirely since the Valentina's gone. But in terms of picks available, I do feel like there's still plenty of options. Like the Angela is still open, the Baxia is still open. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the marksman right off the bat, because we saw what happened to Cammy previously because of that.
Well, the thing is that what's open are combinations and not single heroes. It's gonna be Cammy on the 1-1 yet again. The first game's performance did not inspire confidence, but maybe now they can find something that works. For Falcon, now they can get the combo. They go for a Joy though. Will they go for an Angela
किधर?
as well?
CM
Or are
में?
they gonna go for something perhaps in the mid lane? It's gonna be the Angela.
TAA.
Tactical analyst Arashi. Whenever you need to know a hero pick, you can rely on him. But for now, I think Nightmare should consider like
कितना
picking
दूर है
something
उनका
like
बेमत
Plaza,
अपनी इधर से?
right? With Joy already showing up. Ooh, okay, they're gonna go for the Guinevere instead. Fulfills a pretty similar role. And the Novaria as well. We already talked about this hero earlier in the day. That vision could be pretty valuable tonight.
मेरे पास marksman नहीं
Especially
है.
against the Joy, someone's going to be hiding in the bushes, right?
50,
Waiting for
60
a
K.
chance to really take the back line
नहीं 100 के
by
ऊपर है, but
surprise.
T4
That's
नहीं है,
something that
T3
Falcon
मिला
can
के है.
definitely do. But But against the Guinevere pick right here, I think they have to be a bit concerned as well with where exactly is it going. If it goes in the roaming position, it might be a bit difficult for the Angel to match up to that kind of impact. If he's going to the jungle, it's also a fighter against the Joy, so this Guinevere pick is actually multifacetedly good for the side of Nightmare.
Well, look, Joy for Team Falcon especially.
CM
is
का
flex
वो
pick
किधर है?
because
ओ, क्या
Joy can
बोलते
be
हैं?
transformed to the XP lane. That was like actually so
Behmat?
predictable to me. And like I was saying yesterday, whenever I see an Angel, I can see a Claude or an Earthel, but I will leave that like the analytical bot for you.
CM का
Also,
बेमत
I want
का
to talk about that.
ये बैठना
Leo
जरा.
or Hulk can play Joy really good, and actually, who is better at that team by playing Joy is Hulk, not Leo. So like he added a lot of spices back there in Mina. So it's quite predictable for me for the XP lane after taking the Joy to be the second phase.
Ooh, we do have a fun fact here, actually. Perfect migration. 4 games. Guinevere has been picked in the wild card. All 4 have been victories. Could this be a sign for Nightmare Esports? Will they be able to claim another game here, similar to the way they did against Team SMG? Guess we'll find out. For now, Team Falcons are going to start off the second phase of the bans. And what was that? Not too sure yet.
We have to wait and find out once the asset clears up. But man, I feel like the Angela, Joy, and Claude, like you mentioned, Yasu, you can still flex the Joy away to different lanes. And I think Troublemaker was using it in the mid lane as well. So hey, there's a chance there, maybe for Good Night. I don't know if the insider info matches up with that possibility. But for Nightmare, that's the question here. Is it going to be a pick-off style? Because if it is, the Novaria is great, but it's not enough solo to really facilitate a pick-off. Usually the gold laner gets involved as well. With the 1-1, it's not exactly burst damage.
Based on the way that Yasu is excitedly signaling me, he seems to be very confident that this is going to be a Good Night Joy. Why is that?
Well, because I've seen, like, knowing the players personally, I've seen Leo asking for some tricks from Good Night about Joy. So maybe Good Night is an expert at using Joy.
A secret Joy pick, but you've never seen it in like MPL Meta.
No, I've never seen it.
Will Good Night be feeling a little bit like a troublemaker today, perhaps? I guess we'll find out. But it would be interesting, like, Arash, say if they did put the Joy into the mid lane, what would be the value of it over, say, like the jungle or EXP?
Well, you have kill pressure off the bat. With the mid lane is so short, and you're so squishy as a mage, right? So sometimes when you're trying to contest the lane clear, you walk up a bit, you get hit by burst damage coming in from your lane opponent, and then the jungle can like really quickly execute you, depending on who it is. If it's someone like a Fredrin, for instance, then a Fredrin Joy combo, that's gonna take you out really, really fast. And so that pressure will in turn lead you to have a weaker wave clear. As we take a look at the message here.
Some love. Good night. I love you.
Big fan of Good Night there in the crowd. Always nice to see. It does look like we're going to have some small technical difficulties here. Once again, thank you very much to our Marshall team up on stage, making sure that everything is in order. And this will once again give us some time to discuss how things are going as of right now. With Team Falcons having the momentum, how confident are you that they will be able to clean sweep this?
How confident am I? So, based on the momentum itself, or on the draft, on the first phase?
Their momentum.
Well, based on the momentum, we can say that they have just came from a clean sweep and they are starting off really good. The macro skills that they have are definitely improved than they have been in MENA. So Team Falcons are actually doing something, and actually bringing up that they are better than what they were doing in MENA. I remember that they also played in the MPLI, which gained them some experience just right before they come here.
That is true. Even if their performance wasn't all the best on that stage, it was still experience, you know? It still makes a difference.
Geek fam.
Yes. But that's like, I consider
that
that
a different
exception.
roster though, yeah?
It was a different roster.
It's a different roster.
I'll give you the fact that they did win out that game, and that experience is going to be valuable, but they still didn't get past the group stage.
Exactly.
True.
I mean, they were playing in the Indonesian region for a while, so I guess that experience playing against an Asian region really lends itself, especially in a matchup like this against an Asian team.
And also, I want to add something up. Being there is not only about the group stage itself or like the teams within the tournament. Being there means that there was scrims, there was training, there was trying out some new metas. So that's
That is
experience.
true. That is a lot of experience that you're able to gain just from playing games against some of the best teams in the world, in fact. So that could be a big deciding factor, and that I'm definitely seeing the impact of that. This is a team that has a certain degree of maturity up on that stage right now, and Nightmare Esports are really on the receiving end of that.
We'll have to see what they can come up with to try and deal with this, though. We saw the draft earlier, but again, I can't help but be concerned about the 1-1 because earlier
अरे नहीं मैं
the
कुछ और
real
बात कर
threat
रहा
maybe
था.
is the Yuzong along with the Martis maybe. But in this game, now there'll be a
Falcon.
Joy, right? There'll be a Claude as well. It's not exactly the easiest matchup, not the easiest situation to be in, especially in the later stages of the team fight. So I think they're gonna find some kind of help for the 1-1 because otherwise, I don't see this playing out differently, man.
But Angela with Joy and Angela with Claude, that's a combo. And Joy has been already executed by Leo yesterday, so I think that they are in their comfort zone.
But I will
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
also say, as a Joy player myself, playing against high mobility heroes like the 1-1 can be kind of annoying because you think that they're very squishy and you'll be able to burst them down, but if you just miss a single dash on that second skill, which might be pretty easy if the 1-1's just jumping around, then you become kind of a sitting duck.
That is true. So that's why there's a bit of skill involved in the Joy, definitely. But we'll have to see, man. Can Falcon make it work? Because I feel like there are ways to really take advantage of this. It's not just the 1-1. The Novaria as well. It is very vulnerable in the back there. And only with a Guinevere, we see the spatial migration used aggressively. Maybe in this game, they can really force that spatial migration to be saved, to be used as a defensive tool instead.
But Arashi, do you think that Kami is trying to test himself or like to say, no, I can't do this? Maybe it was like a one-time thing that I failed 1-1. Like taking it as a first pick again.
Trying it again? So you're saying, like, is this like him testing himself? Trying
No,
it
a
again?
statement like, oh, I just like, that was a one-time thing.
It was just unlucky.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be very, very unlucky if you're going to lose in game 1 with that draft, dude. I feel like, unless you're telling me literally everything, right? Literally the luck and the horoscopes and the stars all aligned to make him lose that game, it's really hard not to point at that as a big problem.
Wow.
So we'll see, right? As we said earlier, he might prove us wrong. I'm not sure if I've seen him play the 1-1 before. Maybe a bit more with different carries in the composition, then maybe the 1-1 will have a bit more space to try and do some damage. That could be one of the main problems that he had in game 1, him being the main target for all 5 members from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, 1-1 as a hero will play a lot more effectively if the team has setup for him. And in game 1, there was a lot of setup. You had the Tigreal, you had the Arlet, but there's also arguably some difficulty in engaging on that because of the presence of heroes like the Feramis and the Martis who can quite easily threaten that back line. This time we have the Guinevere, which will really lock someone down for a long time. If you can't get a crossbow of Tang off of the Violet Requiem, you're not going to get a crossbow of Tang off of anything. Could that be a game changer?
The what, the crossbow of Tang or the...
Like being able to get the crossbow of Tang off on the Gwyn ult.
Oh, definitely, man. I mean, the crossbow of Tang is a huge component in the 1-1's damage. It also allows you to be a lot freer. That was the advantage that the 1-1 had over the carry. The fact that you can output damage, but still be immune and safe from all the counters coming in from your opponents. But just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the drafting phase. Thank you so much for your patience. As we take a look, the Arlet and the Yuzong EXP lane targeting in the banning phase, going really fast.
Minotaur as well. Okay, so the Arlet Minotaur makes a lot of sense on Team Falcon's side. They want to dive in, they got the Joy, they got the Claude. They want to make sure Nightmare Esports doesn't have that counter engage. The Yu-Zong ban, though, is quite interesting, considering right now the neither EXP lane has really been shown unless we're seeing the flexibility of the heroes right now.
Well, it actually makes sense to me from the side of Team Nightmare because once they saw that Arlott was making so much trouble, Team Falcons decided to ban it, and it was making trouble to whom? To Yu-Zong. So they said maybe they want to take that Yu-Zong, that's why they banned.
Well, no, you're talking about how Falcon, they want to dive in, so they're banning away the Arlott and the Minotaur. Because that's exactly why the Yu-Zong and the Kufa are banned away. There's our dive tools available, but the Akai comes through right here. So it's going to be a... Well, both Akai and Joy can be flexed out, so Falcon's getting creative right here. But if they want to go for a full dive, the Akai can work. If he spreads everyone away from each other, then the dive could be a bit more linear for the whole team, because it's not really a combo-based kind of dive.
But the heavy spin would negate the issues that Joy might have against a high mobility team comp, right? If you're gonna be worried that you can't hit them because they're dashing away from you, then why not lock him down? It could work here, but I do wonder if there may have been like more viable options overall.
Well, Akai is one of those big, 2 picks already from Team Nightmare.
Whoa! Okay.
Benedetta.
That is interesting, man.
Did we see Benedetta so far?
No.
I think have we not seen it once?
I don't think so. Not yet.
I might be getting mixed up with MPLI, but Benedetta against a Phoveus.
Don't forget the 1-1.
It's not an impossible matchup, but with so many dashes here, it's definitely a good time for the Phoveus if he does not get shut down. That could be something that Nightmare can use because they have a very strong jungler, man, the Fredrin.
Look how Team Falcons are organized. Mid lane, Phoveus. And you have Hulk, as I told you, on the XP lane with a Joy. And Leo got that Akai.
That's interesting right there. Now, this is not the first time we've seen Phoveus. The previous performance, he did actually win that game. So this hero performs very well in these niche situations where there's a lot of dashing. And we have that from the 1-1 and the Benedetta. Cammy already got caught out very often in game number 1. We'll see whether or not he can change our minds here. Game 2, we turn into the land of Dawn, and looks like there's gonna be a pause once again. Every single time, man. I want to make that dramatic entrance.
Yeah, it seems like the game 2 is not getting into the land of Dawn, more like getting out of the land of Dawn for a bit. For us, like to take
a pit stop.
Yeah, for a small moment right here. The Phoveus, though, in the mid lane, it looks weird, but in the past we have seen it played in the mid lane before. So, in a way, there is a precedent. And when there is a precedent, there are teams that have found a way to deal with it. Although, I'm not quite sure if Nightmare Esports have the experience to actually deal with such a niche kind of situation. I don't know if they were still expecting the Phoveus to go in the EXP lane towards the end right there.
The ultra long games combo at your service. You guys are
Mars
from
and
other
Sif.
regions. You don't know about this. But what happens is whenever Mars or Sif are on a desk, the games are longer, there's more technical pauses, and basically everything that could go wrong does go wrong. And when they're both on a desk, then it actually does double. This is a proven track record, and if we look over to the VM cast right there, whose faces do we see?
Well, we're looking at the best of the best. They're waving at us too, dude. Hello, what's up?
They know what they've done. Is there any sort of like trend? Like, are there like specific caster curses happening in like your respective regions?
Oh yeah, we have the Omwawa curse. Whenever it's his passive, we call it.
Okay.
Whenever he's just
Passive.
around in the arena, he doesn't even have to be on duty, man. If he's just around as an audience, the games go as long as possible. They're usually very, very long. They last till like 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. actually, 12 at night, and it's happening quite consistently. Along with that, there's the Mirko and OG curse and bless, because they respectively have their own moments to go for a full bless or a full curse situation.
Interesting. So we are already aware that the Mer curse is there, and it's quite similar to the Lafel curse. I didn't realize you had like a Sif Mars long game curse over in ID as well. How about in Vena?
Well, so far we didn't get the chance to have a cursed caster yet, so or like a cursed talent. So far,
Soon.
That's good.
Yeah, nothing.
Soon, bro.
Maybe
For now.
maybe I'll bring something back to Mina.
You bring a curse,
Is
man.
that the kind of thing you want to bring back to Mena?
I don't think
But
I
dude-
want to get that.
I got a question for you, man.
Ask.
Falcons is getting a lot of support, and in fact, Saudi wasn't the area, the region with the highest percentage of supporters for Falcons. Some of the other countries kind of outdid them when it comes to the total percentage. So why is Falcon so popular outside of MENA here? Is it the personality? Is it the fabulous beards coming in from the MENA region?
Wait, what?
We don't have those in
Yeah.
Asia, dude.
That's not-
Asians don't have
Like,
beards.
that's rare.
Okay, so I think that Falcons are getting like a little bit of focus because, as I told you, they have a variety of members. And actually, if you are following up in, you'll know that Team Falcons, it is their first season ever as a team. This is the first time we have something called Team Falcons. And when they showed up, they got the rookie of the previous season. They got the 2 times champion Leo as a jungler, and then they got also Lotrick and Goodnight together. And they had this combo, as I told you, there's a synergy, high synergy between Super and Hulk, so they combined an all-star team from MENA.
Well, that could explain the MENA popularity, but in Asia, dude? In America even? What is going on there?
I don't know.
It's a good question.
That is
right?
crazy.
Hopefully the fans can
Crazy.
tell us in the comments of
Yeah,
why exactly
all of you all are wild. If you
Team Falcons has so much support.
if you can please tell us what appeals to you so much. I think some other teams can really, look to Falcons as an inspiration, dude, because, popularity is a big deal in esports.
Look, there's something, it's not a quote, it's something that happened and it's common, like in Egypt generally, is that when you see, it's not a quote, look, I'll just say it. When you see a team that is not known playing up against giant teams, which team do you want to win if you are not supporting the giant team
It's
from
the
different
underdog
lane?
buff.
That's why Team Falcons are getting so much support against the international scene because they are the underdogs.
Against
But-
Nightmare, though.
I feel like some of these teams would be considered more underdogs than Falcons.
Maybe,
though.
yeah.
Or even now, there's an MPL technically for MENA, right? There is an MPL.
Yeah, man.
So, I don't think there's an MPL for Nightmare. Is there?
There's a
So
caster
who's the
handsome there.
real underdog here?
Thank you very much.
Idhar
That
hi
is,
raho,
that is
under
my
dash.
girlfriend in the crowd right
Whoa!
there. So like I can
Mr.
Under dash ka
Dozo.
kya
on
karna hai?
screen, which is nice. Thank you very much to her right there. Hopefully she enjoys the game after this, just like all of you. But I think the more handsome player is actually on screen right now.
Dude, they've been like
Just
putting
look at
Leo
them.
on
you
cam
know?
for a pretty long time.
They know
right
what
there.
the fans want to see.
I want to see the big man Leo.
They want to see
He's very tall, actually.
they want to see the MENA people with beard.
Oh, God.
Exactly.
So they combine
Look
Leo
at
and
look at
Hulk.
this.
The beards are the
That's what I'm
highlight.
telling you. Look at the comparison of facial hair from Falcons compared to Nightmare, dude. It's like a facial hair gap.
Yeah, Leo's taking care of himself.
Definitely.
Where's your facial hair, Yasu?
भाई 100 diamonds के लिए तेरे memes बन जाते.
That's a good question.
From Nightmare to Sweet Dream, it says. Dang.
That's nice.
Ooh.
They're predicting the 2-0. They want the 2-0 right there. Man, definitely having a good amount of supporters overall. Hopefully we do get these difficulties solved pretty soon. The Marshall team is hard at work. Again, we apologize to everyone at home and thank you very much for still sticking with us here at the M5 World Championship Wild Cards. The game will get going very soon. In the meantime, you guys get to hang out with us for just a little bit longer. Actually, this is a chance. I wanted to ask you earlier, Arashi, about like whether or not the teams you personally predicted going to M5 were still the same, now that we're like halfway through the group stage.
I feel like there were some surprises for sure.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why I'm talking like this.
Yeah, why are you
For
talking
sure.
like that? I was just
That's my pondering voice. I feel like,
You're
technically-
holding back something.
Technically, I thought I was agreeing with the favorites, right? Oh, I think XRG
Alright.
definitely got it. They have experience, which I think is very valuable in a longer, prolonged event. If it's a best of one, for instance, we've seen a lot of teams just burst out of nowhere, get a victory, get out. But in the best of threes, right, in multiple days of competition, I think the experience will definitely make a difference. But with yesterday's performance, I must admit, I got kind of confused. Like, wow,
चलो
this is the
मुझे
famous
हाँ
region. What's
जाके आओ
going on? What's happening? It almost made me feel like there's something extra going on behind the scenes,
Okay, so your predictions before wildcard started were SMG and
What was it? I think it was SMG and I gotta look at the list of the teams, man. I'm getting old.
you've already forgotten your personal predictions from like 2 days ago.
Dude, we've been looking at like 8 different teams every day. DJY with a Mirko High next to Maro, actually. What's up, guys?
Sup? Okay.
But yes, we've been looking at teams the whole time, dude. I'm kind of like blanking out on the rest of the teams.
I'll leave you be for now. How about
Yes, let me up the hook,
Yasu?
dude.
Same question. Who did you like? You predicted which teams did you predict again? Going to M5 before the wildcard?
Look, you mean at the round table or like right now? What do I have before?
No, like before M5.
Before M5. So, I've actually said
Falcons?
SMG.
And Falcons?
And Falcons, because I believe that they can make something special.
Is it still the same now?
Well, they are going in the right direction so far.
So basically, yes.
Yeah, basically yes.
So SMG can beat Falcon, you think? Hey,
so you take yourself out of the hook and you just like
it's like the bait and
Take me
switch,
in.
dude. I gotta like put someone in my spot.
He's the only person here with no stakes in that matchup.
oh yeah.
Technically, you're right.
Yeah.
I think to me, I just appreciate a good match of Mobile Legends,
Yeah,
man.
right.
I mean, we all do.
Winning is
Yeah.
just a bonus, right? We're just here for the sportsmanship. Just
I'm here to
kidding, bro.
win.
No way.
I'm here to win, man. Whenever I boot up MLBB, I'm here to win. You know?
So Malaysian of you.
Yeah, it's very
Competitive, aggressive, Dodo.
Yes. That's the epitome of a Malaysian player, right?
Well,
But let's, if you're talking about the other teams,
I'll actually give you that. I will answer your question.
Oh.
Ooh.
SMG is in their like best performance, right? Like in both teams' best cases, right? SMG will win currently.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think a name that pops up was Lil Gun, actually. I was quite impressed at how they played.
Oh yeah.
Although I can't help but feel a bit discouraged because there are some moments there where they made just some really risky, borderline questionable plays there. Hey, actually here we have a player comment from Yasbin.
He says, I hope Laos will have MPL, a league, more players, and more teams. Starting from wildcard, we can make a name for Nightmare at Laos and become more famous so that Laos can have its own professional league. I think a lot of teams here want to have the same sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them want to show what they're capable of on the international stage so that they can create hype, create more attention, and create a league for themselves, a scene, an environment where these players can grow and thrive.
Well, there are some teams in the tournament that we have right now, the wild card, who share the same dream or like the same goal that Nightmare wants an MPL for their own region. And I would actually say, after seeing what I've witnessed yesterday, there are some teams, there are some regions, let's like for instance speak about KBG. I would actually give these guys a season or two, and I believe that they will have a spot in the M5 itself.
One season might be enough, dude, because they just require a bit more experience, especially after a wake-up call, right? Meeting the other more developed regions, it's definitely going to ignite their competitive passions, and I think it's also a great way for Mobile Legends to spread. Getting someone from the small region into the M5 series, right? Makes anyone in that region go like, whoa, our guys on an international stage, and in turn it will rouse the popularity and interest in the game as well. So I think it's a step in the right direction if we are going to try and fulfill our dream of an international, truly international Mobile Legends tournament.
Well, I have a question for because we're now having discussions, right?
Yes.
The wildcard idea itself, I stand fully with it. I believe in second chances. So do you guys think that by offering this second chance, will it add something up to the M5 itself?
Oh yes, definitely. I think it's really incredible that these teams are getting second chances, that developing regions are getting an opportunity in the first place. And the fact that this is a melting pot where these teams are able to interact with one another, learn about strategies they didn't know previously existed, understand and respect the different regions is huge. And there will definitely be an impact on M5 itself, because these teams will be going into the main stage, the ones that qualify, as the underdogs for sure. So what happens if they're able to create upsets, you know? That's just so dramatic. That's like such a good storyline.
Exactly, the storyline possibilities, man. Climbing out of the wild card series and then making it to, not even, let's say they don't win, right? Making it to the semifinals. That's already such a great story that we can highlight.
Not just from the lower bracket, like from the lower bracket.
Yeah, from the lower squared bracket. the wild card series right here. And I'm enjoying the fact that in some way, right, now that the stakes aren't immediately as high, and the teams, some teams might be underestimating the other teams because it's the lower bracket. But that's why we're seeing a lot of experimentation going on. And I think that's valuable, man. We're seeing real good potential coming in from a lot of these heroes that haven't been picked in a long time, like years even.
Yeah, it's a big plus point. And honestly, if the M5 teams watch the wildcard and realize, this hero could be quite effective in this situation, and we get to see more unique picks on the main stage, that's already like more than enough.
Well, I really love, look, I'm now having a quick look at the stage itself. I'm having a quick look at everything that's happening. I'm looking also at the casters at the BM desk, and they are just like on a couch, not on their chairs anymore. They are having fun looking at the stage, and right now they're just chit-chatting and like doing the same thing as we guys are doing. And also I would like to address the viewers right now is that the technical problem, it did take a little bit of time, but that's to assure that both teams have the best experience possible, and also to make sure that the experience of the game itself for you as a viewer, for you as a fan, for you as, let's say, a lover for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang scene, to be fair and to be exciting and to be equal between both teams. And so far, our marshals are doing their best, and so far, the players will also promise you that they will do their best.
You know, that's the other real big thing about the wildcard series, man. It gives us as casters, another feel to try and do something, right? To try and make experiment, try and get you back at home like the best experience. And we get to meet each other, dude. Because you have no idea, as a caster, the international events working live, right, with your international co-workers. That is such a beneficial and fun experience. And I think it's so good.
Well, here I am, halfway around the world.
Exactly.
With you.
That's your first time as well, right? Like, how often have you been like out of your country?
I've just been to Emirates and Saudi Arabia for both, like MPL MENA and both MPL MENA. So this is my first time ever speaking, like even being in a country that's not in MENA.
Wait, hang on.
Whoa.
So your whole international experience out of Egypt is all
MENA
from Mobile Legends.
Yes.
That is crazy, dude.
That's actually insane.
That's a dub from Mobile Legends, man. What a story.
Oh.
They should make like a video, like a podcast highlighting you, dude.
Maybe.
There's value in that storyline.
Yasu, the documentary.
The hope of MENA.
The man from MENA.
The man.
The man from the
The man bracket
The man. Because otherwise it would just be mana.
How's your experience so far, man? How do you feel that? How different is our, this experience compared to MPL MENA? Are you seeing a lot of differences? Do you feel like it's a more polished format, for instance?
Well, look. At first, I want to point out that it is a terrifying experiment.
Oh, absolutely. I can relate, dude.
Because this is my first time dealing fully in English on daily basis, and also and casting professionally, because right here we are on an international stage, and also I'm representing the MENA. And it's like a lot of first times to do a lot of things. It's my first time meeting you guys, my first time casting in English in a tri-cast, my first time seeing a lot of new stuff. But to be honest, I'm not just saying that because now we are on the stream, or like because I have you guys. You have been so supportive since day one. You have been so friendly since day one, and everything just went smooth. All thanks from me goes to you, actually. And yeah, you've been like you haven't been anything but generous in giving me information and in giving me experience and heading me towards the right direction. Whether I was like doing any part at the cast, whether I was like the one who's shouting and doing the team fights, even the analytical parts. It's like literally I've learned so much from this international experience, and also Malaysia itself was a very welcoming country.
I'm glad to hear that.
I can agree, man. Malaysia has been good to us.
Really?
Nasi lemak is delicious.
Man, nasi lemak is the best.
Y'all got that.
The food is great. You guys got to try out definitely a lot more stuff while you guys have the chance to. But let's show some love in the comments for Yasu. It's his first time like being outside. I can't imagine how terrifying it is, because like last year was my first time doing an international event, and it was local.
Oh,
You know,
really?
it was still in Malaysia. So I can't imagine coming to a different region, doing your first international event in a different language entirely. Like, that just seems like such a huge challenge.
A different format as well, by the way, because fun fact, in MENA, they do not do a three-man cast.
Yeah.
This is Yasu's first exposure to it, so, dude, like, full credit to you. This is a very difficult situation.
I just hope that people bear up with me, like they don't get like, yeah, this guy is not doing great, but I'm really,
Dude,
I'm
be
trying
okay,
my
man.
best.
Dude, our
I'm really
community,
trying my best.
I believe in our community.
You guys will behave, right, in the comments. I'm looking at you right now.
But dude,
I got my eye on you.
But Dodo, man, you know, for me, myself, this is actually my first time participating in an international event and getting flown out. Because I was part of M4, but that was in Indonesia. And I just due to personal reasons, scheduling conflicts, but I didn't get to come here for SPS either. So this is actually my first time flown out of the country myself.
I've never even been flown out. So I'm still waiting for that first
Soon,
chance.
brother.
Maybe one day, you know. But yeah, glad you guys are having a good time here in Malaysia. The VM cast is actually waving at us now.
And this is the cast of podcast.
It's
right
actually
here.
a podcast.
Yeah. It's a fun podcast, though.
That's always the goal, right, of a podcast. Like, you don't hold a podcast to have it be a not fun podcast.
Well, hopefully it's fun. I mean,
Obviously the guest here today, but you know, when life gives you lemons, you hold a podcast.
you plant a tree.
Yeah.
You plant the tree.
No, you
A
hold
lemon
the
tree.
podcast. No, it is correct. You hold the podcast.
Yep. You talk about lemons.
Yes, indeed. It's like logical. When life gives you lemons, you have to have a podcast.
Do you guys
About
like
lemons.
Do you
Yeah,
like
it makes
lemons?
sense.
Do you guys like lemons?
I mean, iced lemon tea is good.
Yeah, but like lemons on their own is a bit too sour for me.
I mean, you're not supposed to eat them on their own, though, are you?
I have a friend who does.
What's wrong with
And
you?
he's just like, oh, it's healthy. I'm like, I guess, but why? To
Does
find
it-
out why, maybe we can get some more info. Dodo man.
It doesn't sound healthy to me. I feel like you're. Anyway, let's just throw it over to the stage. You know, our podcast is done. Let's let the hosts have a moment on screen because they got an interview up on stage.
Energy here in Geospace is electric. Right now, it's 1-0 Nightmare Esports versus the Falcons. And you know, while the players are getting ready, how about let's talk to some of the fans? I'm gonna pick some fans, random fans in here. You know, I see, oh, okay, come on over here. Come on over here, actually, you three, oh, Maro, you're here. Come on over. While the players are getting ready to play the game, how about let's talk to these people and maybe we'll play a little bit of a game as well. Hi guys, hello. Okay, you guys, you stay there. How are you doing? You're here every day. You're here every day. So I see that you're here with some people. Who are your friends?
This is DJY.
DJY?
Yeah, content creator.
I've heard about you. Tell us what you make content about.
I make content about MPLs and including M5 Wildcard as well.
Including M5 Wildcard. What kind of content about M5 Wildcard?
Some clips and also some RL content interview in the future.
Okay, how about let's give us a sample for the people in the other regions who haven't seen your content. Introduce yourselves and pretend that I'm watching your channel right now. All right? Okay? DGY in 3, 2, 1, go.
For the international fans, so basically I clip actually a lot of MPL videos like MPL Indonesia, MPL Malaysia, MPL Philippines, and outside a lot of regions as well. So, if you-
Sample. Sample. Oh, see, you have friends in here. Okay, give us a sample of what you're doing.
Okay, like example for MPRPH, right? There's a lot of strong teams like AP Brand and Blacklist International. So basically, I clip a lot of their gameplays and make a lot of their highlights to, get more exposure for the tournaments and stuff. And yeah,
Is there a chance that you'd want to be a caster?
maybe.
Maybe. Okay, we're gonna pretend that you're a caster and then we're gonna pass it over to him, okay? So the crowd will know him. All right, DJY, go.
Okay, so I'll ask him questions. All
Pretend
right.
this is a game right now and then you pass it over to him.
Okay, now we can see that Blacklist International is locking onto the base. And looks like Echo is trying his best to defend the base, but it's not happening.
Except it's the Falcons and it's Nightmare Esports. Go ahead. What is your name?
My name is Howek. It's HOWECT.
Now we know how to find you on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it that you do? I know you make some content as well. You guys are friends, right?
Well, we just only met yesterday.
You met yesterday.
Well, I'm not really a content creator. I'm just a random Mobile Legends player.
You're just a player. Okay,
Yeah.
what role do you play?
I usually play gold lane.
You usually play gold lane. What role do you play again?
Rome.
Rome, gold, Rome. What are you?
Jungler.
Jungler. Okay, I'm a roamer, Rafa. Okay, so we just need one more. Now, okay, how about who do you think? Okay, you're a content creator, so you know everything about MLBB, and you play really well. What rank?
What rank?
Yeah, what rank?
Well, right now I'm in Legend, but my highest rank is in just low mythic.
Okay, legend. All right, let's see which of you knows your hero really well. Maro, the reason why I pulled you, I just thought about this game literally this second. You're gonna be the judge to say if they're saying it right, okay? Now, we're gonna go through the heroes A to Z, A, B, C, D, all the way to Z. Once you say A, he has to say a hero that starts with B, and so on and so forth, okay? You can only have a 5-second pause. Otherwise, you will lose. And everybody in the comment section, you can play along. Put down the heroes in case they miss it. All right, we're gonna start off with the letter A. And I feel that you should go first. Okay, a hero that starts with letter A. Judge, be attentive. Hero that starts with letter A.
Alert.
Alles.
Bauman.
Bowman.
Help. No, help her.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Chang'e.
1. Oh, okay. He just made it right on time. Chang'e. 5.
Help me, guys. Help me, guys.
D. 5.
Dairoth.
E. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Okay, I'm sorry. Time is up. How about let's have another contender. We'll give a chance to a contender. Do you want to say a message to anybody that's watching right now?
Yeah. Hey, international fans. I mean, not really. I didn't really come up, but for all of you watching, I just hope that you guys will be doing so well for MLBB. Yeah.
You did so well. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. You know, it's not easy to have a mic and to talk on camera. You did so well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Okay, now you can go back to your seat. We need a contender. We need a contender who thinks, okay, come on over here. Come on over. Where are you from?
Egypt.
You're from Egypt.
Yes.
Oh, so you're Yasu's friend.
Yeah.
You're Yasu's friend. Okay. What is your name?
Rames.
Rames.
I'm actually the sub player for Falcons Esports.
Oh, shoot. He's the sub player. Okay. Now, you gotta do good on this one, all right? We're gonna start off again. So you know how the game goes. We're gonna do heroes, okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna start off again, okay, with A this time. We'll start with you. How confident do you feel right now?
100%.
100%. He feels like he's 100%. What's your role, by the way? What's your role?
I'm mid laner.
You're mid laner, but you know all the heroes for sure?
Yeah.
Well,
100%.
let's put a spell on him. You're gonna forget the heroes, okay? All right, we're gonna start off with A. Go ahead.
Aldous.
Almond.
Bauman.
Camilla.
Dyroth.
Esmeralda.
Franco.
Franco.
Okay, wait, don't. Oh my God. Don't tell him. Don't tell him the answer. Franco. G. You have to say G or you're GG right now. G.
Granger.
So it's
G.
an H, yeah?
Well, E, F, G, H. There's a black now.
Hilda.
Yeah, okay, fine. Hilda.
Yeah, okay.
I.
Ixa.
J.
J.
There's no hero with J.
J, yes. J, vroom. J, vroom.
Johnson.
Ja.
Yeah, right.
K.
Lan-
K. J, K.
Kadita.
K, Kadita.
Yeah.
L.
Leomord.
Leomord. M.
Oh, Mates.
Don't coach. You're the judge. Maro, you're the judge. M. N.
Nathan.
Nathan. LMN. Oh. Is there an O? Oh, yeah. The dance of the swan is so
Odette.
graceful and Odette. LMNOP.
Yeah. Paquito.
Paquito. LMNOP. Q. You think of the next letter, okay? Q. Is there a Q?
I don't think there's a Q,
Is
guys.
there a Q? Is there a Q? There's no Q. There's no Q. Okay, you're the judge. You help me. Q. There's no Q. Q. R.
Roger.
Roger. Okay, R. S.
Silvana.
Silvana. Now, okay, S. T.
Tigreal.
Tigreal. U.
Uranus. Yeah.
V. The flying head.
Oh, Valia.
Okay. U, V, W. W. You say the next letter. W. W.
Okay, 1-1.
1-1. My
Yeah.
darts fight. U, W, X.
Xbox.
Y.
Yuzong.
Yuzong.
Yeah.
Z.
Zilong.
I don't know how I'm gonna determine the winner. Thank you so much. By the way, Maro, you are supposed to be the judge, not the coach.
No, I mean...
You want him to win?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys know each other?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yes, from the same region. Okay. Now, your team right now is up there. Everybody from Egypt is watching, the Manor region. What would you like to say to everybody online, especially those who are looking forward to seeing your teams?
Thank you for supporting us, and please continue. I hope we put out a honorable performance, and keep supporting us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Final message to everybody.
Thank you everyone for coming here to the M5 Wildcard, and then keep supporting your favorite teams, and also shout out to Miracle in the stream.
Whoa! Shout out to Mirko. And Maro, thank you so much. We have lots of fun games happening here at Geospace Live, so be sure to always tune in, and always remember to dare to be great and be better than great. See you guys in a bit.
You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. You're feeling like, oh, yeah. Making my mind good today, so I'm standing my way. Said it's all I won't fall over. You're better than great, good. We are better than great. We said talk moving away. We are partners, we gon' change. We are better than great, great.
I'm getting great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. Start to the game, shine reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like a flow inside of the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. You're feeling like, oh, yeah. Making my grind
no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to pay. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only. Boing, 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 boing. Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 for alright. Bowing, 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 bowing.
the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose every get scared of losing, Kimmy.
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can get me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like a flow inside, but the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like a flow inside, but the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami. money, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244.
The number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Scared of losing, Kenny?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. I'm back.
Hey Pawan bro, welcome. कुछ नहीं बस बैटिंग टाइम ही इतना है तब भाग जाते हैं। नहीं होगा ये और कौन होगा गेम में लेट हो रहा है ऐसा है क्या मैं सुना नहीं मैं लगा के रख देता कोई आया तो मैं म्यूट करके अनम्यूट करके बोलता हूँ नहीं तो नहीं ही रहता मेरे को कौन है मालूम कब चालू होगा भाई कब से वही पा जाए
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright. Bawing, 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 bawing.
number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything.
नहीं नहीं हुआ अभी नहीं कल हुआ ना फर्स्ट मैच कल हुआ था चाइना नेपाल का थर्ड मैच था सॉरी चाइना का थर्ड मैच चाइना का सेकंड था नेपाल का थर्ड था आज नेपाल का
I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself.
केबीजी है ना नेपाल का थर्ड मैच है नेपाल का थर्ड मैच है और चाइना का नहीं सॉरी चाइना का थर्ड मैच है और नेपाल का फोर्थ है
World Championship.
फाल्कन का एक मैच हुआ तो फाल्कन जीता और एचएम मतलब सेकंड वाला मैच हुआ ही नहीं अभी तक फाल्कन और एनएम है अब उनका फर्स्ट मैच हुआ सेकंड नहीं हुआ अभी तक बेस्ट ऑफ 3 मतलब क्या भाई इतना बड़ा बैकअप तो होना चाहिए बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है सर क्या था
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major ID owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DS Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Pag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 for alright. Bawing, 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 bawing.
#1 seed. The champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like it's your inside, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like it's your inside, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Bawing bawi, bawing bawi, bawing 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 bawi. Grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi pag nag-grab only. Save 2 for all. Bawing 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 bawi, bawing bawi, bawing bawi, bawing bawi, bawing 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 bawi.
number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DSQ over here has been immense.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the M5 World Championship wildcard stage. We are very sorry for all the delay and very thankful to all of you who have stuck with us here. We had some technical difficulties that we had to resolve, but it is all fixed now. We're going to be able to jump into the game very soon. Due to these difficulties, we will be remaking the draft from the beginning for game number 2 as well. So just to give you guys a little bit of heads up of what is going on. And again, we're very sorry. We will make sure that we do our best that this will not happen again. And again, thank you very much for coming back and joining us. Welcome to the M5 Wildcard stage. My name is Stafa, along with Arashi as well as Yasu. It's been a long day, guys. Yasu, I think this is the first time this sort of thing has happened. You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm actually like, I'm excited for the next game, even though we will see a new, completely new draft. I don't know what to actually expect, so I want to see how will the minds of the coaches and the players in a certain case, because Falcons, as we said, they don't have like currently the coach with them. So I'm excited to see what is the completely new draft.
It's a rare situation to have to remake a draft like this, and there's definitely going to be some implications in terms of strategies, but these teams are, of course, battle ready. They have returned to the stage. They've had some time to think about things, and I imagine that the approach towards the next game is going to be a little bit different than what we saw before the break here for those technical difficulties. Arashi, what do you think?
There's going to be changes for sure, but I think for Nightmare, earlier they went with a very dash-heavy approach. I think the idea is to really outmaneuver Falcons as much as possible, but it was countered by a Phobius pick early on at least. So I think that was, you know, in a way, it was still a balanced situation because, you know, the Phobius is a great addition against a dash heroes, but against a 1-1, against a Benedetta as well, there are ways that you can use the dashes instead to ban in the Phobius and punish him afterwards instead. So it was looking pretty balanced earlier on, but now that there's going to be a change, I kind of feel there's going to be a bit of similarities. At least for Team Nightmare, I do believe it's still going to be the same high mobility style, because otherwise they've tried the whole 5v5 collision team fight style before, and at least in game number 1, it did not really work out in their favor.
Well, without further ado here, I do believe we'll be ready to jump into the drafting phase very, very soon. And for the last time, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for bearing with us. Let us jump back into the drafting phase. Game number 2 between Team Falcons and Nightmare Esports. They will be retaining the same sides in the draft, and the bans are already commencing.
Well, Team Nightmare this time are banning that Joy, so it wouldn't be in the hands for neither Leo or Hulk, so that took it out of the equation. Do you think that something will change for Team Falcons, Arashi?
Well, they banned Mathilda and the Joy, no, Mathilda and the Nolan still. The Joy is a difference compared to the banning phase before the technical difficulty. You can read a bit into that by seeing that they're going to be a bit more assassin focused. On the other side though, for Falcons, Khalid is still banned away, and so is the Bruno. So for the most part, we're going to see if the final ban here is any different, because earlier it was the Faramis, and that's something that they don't really want to give in to Nightmare.
Hey Coca, welcome.
Considering it's something they use very efficiently in game 1, but they actually banned away the 1-1 instead, so the Faramis is wide open.
So a difference in response here. They see the Joy banned out, so they get rid of the 1-1 for themselves. Nightmare Esports going to be locking in that Guinevere. Pretty safe choice for a first hero pick. What's going to come up next?
Well, I've predicted that we will not see Guinevere that much, so it is worthy of being a first pick, and it's also worthy in being first, like in the first banning phase. But so far, I don't think that there is a lot of there's not like quite much surprises, because as Arashi said, some of the bans are already as they are, or like we have used to see them from these teams. Falcons on the other side, I think that taking 1-1 out, I don't know, was it effective last game so that it's banned out at a first phase?
Funny enough, it didn't seem like Kami was that comfortable on the 1-1. Wasn't able to use it to its maximum potential, using the crossbow of tanks as well. So now for Falcon, it's just looking more like the draft they had in game number 1. It's going to be a Faramis with the Martis. And if you're going with game 1 as a basis here,
काल वर्क फ्रॉम होम होता है छुट्टी उधर परवा छुट्टी से
I think that's not the kind of goal that they want to have. But for Nightmare, it's going to be the Tarizla as well. So already a very engaged heavy situation here against a Faramis.
Yeah, some changes here overall. The Angela actually getting led through the first phase for now here. Previously, Falcons had picked it up alongside the Joy. So it looks like without the combination, they're no longer prioritizing it quite as much. With Terizla and Guinevere, like you mentioned, it's going to be a very strong engage-heavy lineup. But the Martis is still a pretty good solution since he would be immune to crowd control a lot of the
चलो
time.
And also we have seen Leo play with Mortis at game 1 actually, and he was doing really decent. As I called him the Shinigami, he was collecting souls, but Team Nightmare seems to go for that magical damage. So far they haven't got the gold lane. So do you expect to see that the gold lane will be picked by Team Falcons and then focus at the ban, especially because we have a 1-1 already in the ban list?
Well, I feel like now, I mean, they might as well hide it. There's no real reason to show it right now, especially with so many aggressive engage tools already available. I feel like they can very easily hide it for later.
Oh.
They still go for the Yuzong first, so it's still a very dive-heavy style. There is the black shoes from the Lilia, so they can hide back away from this. But I think they're going to require a bit more crowd control and some damage to really push back Team Falcons here if they really want to try and make it a long engagement.
Yeah, the Yuzong does make sense, but I also wonder if it'll really be as effective as you would like normally, because there's a lot of ways that Nightmare Esports can slow down the Black Dragon form engage to a certain extent. But we know that Hulk is quite comfortable with the hero overall, so don't think we would be too concerned, as now Team Falcon's going to start banning out these counter-engage heroes. The Mentor is gone.
Well, so far I think that Team Falcons, I'm not going to say it's the same first phase because I cannot actually recall, but aren't these the same picks we have seen in game 1?
The picks are quite similar. Well, in the draft that didn't count, right? For Nightmare, they had 1-1 Novaria, Guinevere, Fredrin, and Benedetta.
Okay.
Actually, so the Lilia is a new addition, replacing the Novaria. They had the Guinevere, but now they have that Terizla, so they're not going with the Benedetta.
I mean the Falcons draft.
Oh, for Falcon,
base.
they had Joy, they have Angela, Claude, Akai, and Phobius.
No, the first game.
First game, my bad.
Yeah. Because Paramis touched the base.
Getting it mixed up with the previous
it's alright,
fucking
it's
draft.
alright. So Paramis was touching the base, and I remember that Leo was playing the Mortis, because I say that he collects souls,
that, yeah.
and there was the Yuzong, I believe. I cannot quite recall that.
I remember the Martis and the Faramis. The Yuzong's a bit blurry to me, but I wouldn't doubt it. It's very Falcon style.
Game 1?
Yeah, game 1.
Game 1.
It was Mathilda, Faramis, Yuzong, Martis, and Curry.
You're correct.
Yeah,
then.
there you go.
Okay, and the carry is a possibility. Yeah, that looks like Nightmare Esports remembers that as well. That's why they ban it for themselves.
Yep, no thanks.
Falcons ban out the Claws, so some focus towards those late game gold laners. And Team Falcons will lock in the Beatrix, a pretty safe choice for Lautrec as of right now.
Well, for Lautrec, playing the Beatrix here with so much dive, he can follow up with the Runner's Apathy to just supplement the pick-off and the dive, potential, the burst damage. But in a prolonged team fight here, it still seems to really favor the side of Nightmare. So if they can survive the initial collision, then they can abuse the Lilia, because we've seen what the Lilia can do in a prolonged fight. With the Akai though, this was in the game that didn't count. It was picked up by Falcons. Nightmare will be trying to use it for themselves.
An interesting choice. Definitely not a bad one as well. On paper, the Akai is a good counter towards that Nether Realm. You push people out of the zone, you no longer benefit from that extra HP. And Brody will allow Cammy to hold his own pretty well against Lautrec in the gold lane. The last pick now going to be going to Team Falcons. Unless this Faramis is going to be flexed, they're going to be looking for a roamer.
Yeah, they might look for a roamer. Might be Diggy. I don't know. I'm just
Ooh.
like maybe a Diggy, because there's tons of crowd control, but nope, it is a Idris. Okay, so I wanted to say that Lautric's first appearance at Mena was actually with the Beatrix, and this guy plays Beatrix really good, and also super. He concluded Mena by using that Edith.
Okay, so some comfort picks happening here for Team Falcons. As for the side of Nightmare Esports, what are your thoughts, Arashi?
For Nightmare, it's a lot of dive, but it's also with the Akai though, so I don't get why the Terizla is picked alongside with the Akai. I feel like it's a pretty weird combination. But if the idea is to use the rest of the crowd control, the penalty zone and the spatial migration as a deterrent, and then while doing so, using the heavy spin to secure the neutral objective, then it's a very good neutral objective centered take. But the problem is that's only going to be useful to secure the objective. Afterwards, they can't really escape from all the chase and dive coming in from the side of Falcons.
It's a tricky combination to have to pull off. We'll see whether or not Nightmare Esports can live up to the hype, because right now they're going to be one game down as we enter into the land of Dawn. Game number 2. Team Falcons one step away from another clean sweep. Will they be able to do so? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
The long-awaited second game finally underway right here. And already a big difference here, but Good Night.
Good Night is about to sleep. Look at Good Night, he's still trying to get that damage, but he goes back in a really strange way. He had to use his flicker, right?
Not a bad choice, though. I feel like, yes, it's a very aggressive. Oh, Hulk?
Yeah, almost. Almost
he's
gone.
fine.
It's not like after a long break, everyone's just eager to get some action.
Oh,
And now,
they do get some action. Hulk is out. Hulk is out. He just signs out. He knows that he's down. That's at first blood for Team Nightmare.
That is something that's so dangerous, man. The Guinevere gang potential. Now Cammy here, he might, you know, something might be up right here. It seems like Team Falcons, they're putting their attention on the other side of the map. Usually we see him play around Hulk, but now knowing, I guess, that Lotric's on his signature hero, they want to make sure that he gets a dominant, decisive laning phase.
Yeah, it's an understandable concern here, especially considering the stakes. Right now, Team
He's trying to jump in, but he jumps in the air in another way. Super saves Lotric.
Nice response right there. Being able to outplay that is pretty solid from Lotric there. He definitely sensed that something was coming, dashed away. They don't have enough damage yet to finish off Jasmine, but it's still pretty nice.
Yeah, he's getting out some passive, and Hulk is trying to get that kill. He forces Joviana to use his flicker, so he goes back, and he will not be able to use that penalty zone with the flicker at the turtle time.
Great play by Hulk to get engaged when there's no minutes around, so Juliana can't really regen from the physical play he has. But here's where the draft really makes sense for Nightmare Esports. Can they secure the first turtle and put Leo behind?
Well, we'll see right now because the spark is on and there's a Leo with the second skill tries, and he did secure that turtle. First turtle goes to the side of Team Falcons. Everything's safe, everyone is alive, and things are going a little bit, it's tie, right?
Yeah,
that was not going toward anyone.
That was a clean defense there. Super going for the aggressive engage to try and lock down too easy for Lexi before the heavy spin can come out. Allow them to secure
the
that.
penalty zone. Hulk is trying to escape, and there's so much pressure. Hulk is still alive, but he's just one touch away. One touch away. He manipulates death, and he is back alive for a skill. Oh, flicker here. Here he is with that first skill. Leo is going deep. Leo is going so deep. He wants Jubiana, and he gets Jubiana. Look at Hulk. Look at Falcons. Look at Falcons. They are flying.
Plays all over the map right there, man. On the top, on the bottom, everywhere.
But निकल गए वो.
And dominance on the map. What a draft and what a game plan so far. But with that advantage, will they just try and circle around Nightmare Esports and suffocate them? Because they have the tools to do so.
Yeah, they definitely do. They do still have to respect somewhat, because Jasmine and Juliana, if they're able to get a good engage right now, the net worth difference isn't enough.
He's jumping in the air. He's jumping in the air, and he gets what he wants. Lotric is down. Kami gets that kill. He just assists, but Team Nightmare seems to fight back.
What a gank there. That's the Guinevere ganking potential we've been always hyping up about. That's exactly why Yasu felt that it won't really make an appearance. It's just so dynamic, and it happens so fast, and it actually covers so much more distance compared to a lot of other engage tools. So for now, with the turtle coming up, I think the favor still lies on Team Falcons, but look at this.
Jasmine's trying to play it so risky, but he knows what he was about to witness. It was a kill for Team Falcons.
Turtle going to be taunted now, pulled over to the Team Falcon side. All 5 players on both teams going to be in the area as Juviana's pulled back.
Juviana is in a really bad place. He's alone. He's trapped alone. Leo's trying to dance with that turtle. They are leaving Juviana because they know that the turtle is more important. And Akai goes in. Too easy for Lexi. It is too easy for Lexi. He wins that retribution battle.
Good for him, man. Finally making the Akai pick work in his favor. That was a massive fight, though. Nightmare Esports they actually dove towards Goodnight and made sure that the Nether Realm can't be used efficiently there. Even with the Black Dragon form used by Hawk, it's still they're unable to actually stave up the aggression and get Goodnight in position for a good turtle fight. That could be the winning condition, the winning strategy they can use again and again.
It was a good attempt to zone by Team Falcons, but here they go again.
Super wants, he's going in, he wants to take that kill, he's not going down alone. Juiviana doesn't even go down, but they will punish him, it is inevitable. You have 4 members down, and Falcons take Juiviana down.
A little bit of vengeance there for the previous kill in the mid lane. Hulk gonna be defending, but the tier 1 tower does fall on Nightmare Esports, taking advantage of Team Falcon's over rotation to the bot lane.
They're just trading kills, trading objectives. They're just eager to really get some action going on in this game right here. Without a turtle around for another 40 seconds, both teams are just rotating around. But for the most part, if they want to go for this skirmish-heavy playstyle, I think Nightmare Esports can come out on top, man. Team Falcons, they want to be together in order for Leo to take advantage of the movement speed boost from the decimation.
That is true, and if Team Falcons are playing too close together, Nightmare Esports, they're just gonna look for that opportunity. And speaking of,
Lotric is going to a really bad place, but now he sees that Team Nightmare are coming and they want that bot lane turret. He manages to pull up a defense here. I thought they will take the turret easily.
They're waiting for the wave right here, and once it does collide, Cammy can just one-tap this turret. But with 3 members defending, can Lexi find the pin?
Oh, too easy for Lexi or what? Lotric now being alive, still held alive by Goodnight, but the Black Dragon is here into the land of Dawn. He will cause chaos. He is already causing mayhem, but Juiviana in the back line holding that Goodnight, wishing him not wishing him a good night. Juiviana is down, but Leo goes down along with him. It is incredible at the bot lane.
I will say that this game, Nightmare Esports' rotations feel a lot cleaner than what we've seen of them previously. The time that they've taken to discuss and figure out how they want to outplay Team Falcons seems to have been quite valuable here. Because right now, even though Team Falcons are still playing the same old way and honestly are finding some good chances, the amount of tools that Nightmare Esports has is making it very difficult when combined with their newfound aggression.
They just have to set up more properly, right? For Nightmare Esports, a lot of the heroes, like I said, are self-sufficient, right? There's a lot of like independent skills built in there. Sustain, for example, from the Guinevere and the Terizla, wave clear, crowd control. They have a lot of ways they can really go for like a 2v2. Whereas for Team Falcons, the whole idea of this comp, including the presence of the Faramis, is to work together as 5 in a big team fight. So when Nightmare Esports push the tempo and go for fights when Team Falcons aren't quite ready yet, that's where they can get an advantage. That's why they have to try and push the tempo even more. High speed is the name of the game right here for Team Nightmare.
Yeah, up until now, Nightmare Esports hasn't really shown a capability to be able to out-tempo a team with the experience of Team Falcons, but they're really demonstrating it here. Looking at the itemization, the marksmen are still pretty even, so the late game for Falcons is still there.
Look at the items from the side of Nightmare Esports, dude. They're stacking a lot of physical defense, knowing that the Faramis has damage, but that's later on, right? People think that Faramis maybe is, you need a slow amount of items to be relevant on the Faramis, but no, actually, if you want to do damage, you require a lot more items than you would imagine. So now with an Enchanted Talisman and maybe an NOD built up, or building towards an NOD, not enough damage right here to be a real threat. So they're stacking physical defense. They're going in.
They are stacking defense, but they are also stacking Leo. They are trying to get that Leo pinned to the wall, and he is pinned to the wall. Hulk is going in. He wants to again cause some mayhem, but he goes back to penalty zone. Now they have to pay the penalty. Team Falcons are now in the sky, but not in the way they want to be. Look at Team Nightmare. They are now shredding everyone apart, shredding everything apart, taking all the turrets and taking all the kills.
We were wondering if the combination of turrets... Oh my goodness, Goodnight nearly dying as well. We wondered if the combination of Terizla and Akai would really work well together, because on paper it feels like an anti-synergy, but Nightmare Esports are just layering their crowd control, constantly picking off the members of Team Falcons who are trying their best to reposition, but it's so difficult.
The fact that Team Falcons are just flustered and just scrambling to get into these fights instead of going for a proper setup, I think it's partially why Nightmare Esports are having so much success. Now again, you can see that Nightmare Esports are in position and 2 members from Team Falcons are just now exiting the base. So for Team Falcons, they gotta slow the tempo down a bit. And if they have to give up a few objectives, I think they should. With a Faramis and with a Beatrix, they can quite reliably clear the waves before Nightmare Esports can siege and take down turrets. Of course, there's the Brody that becomes a problem there. But it's so much better for them to slow the tempo down instead of just going in a more like a 50-50 style, because this really benefits Nightmare Esports, the more aggressive team with the more aggressive skirmish composition.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Slowing it down would be quite beneficial for Falcons, but they don't have a lot of resources left to be able to trade comfortably against their opponents. And although the net worth difference isn't that big just yet, Nightmare Esports are really putting on the pressure.
Oh, they are putting on pressure, and they are now getting Leo away from that Lord, and they already take that Lord, but look at the damage coming from the Juiviana. Goodnight is trying his best to make his team survive, but now they are pinned to the wall. They are pinned to the wall. Too easy for Lexi. It is too easy for Nightmare to take and ace that team fight. Goodnight comes back once again. And Low Trick, where is he going?
Will actually finish that recall, able to get a tier 1 mid at the very least, but without his damage, Team Falcons really fell apart there to Nightmare.
Because they weren't really planning on going for a fight. Nightmare Esports just found a chance to cut them off. This is just story right here. For Team Falcons, they should stop and make use of the Beatrix and the Paramis to just clear the waves as much as possible. With the ultimate from a Beatrix, they can really defend for a prolonged amount of time. And if Nightmare dive carelessly, Falcons definitely can punish back.
We've already seen it repeated many times in history before. This is going to be a very sensitive timing for Nightmare Esports because a lot of teams are the most comfortable when they are able to play together within their own base. But 12 minutes in, the Lord is going to be crashing down bot tower pretty soon.
Yeah, the bot lane, there was a flicker second skill coming from the Guinevere, but she couldn't land it on Low Trick. So I was about to say, we have old spells already, but Team Nightmare seems to lose that spell second skills there, and also second skill from the other side. Leo manages to escape, but the turret doesn't manage to escape the damage coming from that Brody, and Team Nightmare just gets one inhibitor turret with that Lord.
Well, the shoe's on the other foot right now with an 8k gold lead. Nightmare Esports can do a lot right here. It can go for farm, you can go for pickups on Team Falcons, but it seems like Team Falcons, they're looking for an opportunity right here. I think they need some more levels on top of gold as well to ensure that their skills do level up and do a lot more for them in these fights. Cammy secures the Rose Gold Meteor here, so once Goodnight has some items, like we see right here, the Lightning Truncheon, Cammy already has a solution for it, so he's building preemptively, which is what you need to be doing against a team that really knows how to play around their power spikes.
In fact, looking at the items, Cammy is only one item away from being full build already. So that's a big problem for Team Falcons here, especially when you consider that they don't have all that much defense, just the Antique and the double dominance on their side. It may not be enough here, not to mention only a single Radiant armor against a hero like the Guinevere and Lilia.
Oh, I guess the Guinevere and Lilia, the Radiant armor will do okay, but you know, after I still want to protect you from the initial big burst. If they really layer down all their spells right there, maybe they can really consider going for a bit more magical defense. But for now, Nightmare Esports are content just taking over the jungle. Now it's going to be a Lord fight. The Lord does more damage right here, so I think for Nightmare Esports, it's a great opportunity, but also a great risk. But once they see Logic on the bottom side of the map, they are definitely going to go and try to at least force Team Falcons to engage them without their marksman.
The big question to pose is, what is Team Falcons willing to give up right here? Do they want to give up pressure? Team fight DP as the Lord? Hold on.
Oh, hold on indeed, because Leo is pushed away and he is getting melted down by that Lilia. He cannot escape. He cannot escape. He doesn't have that second skill. Lilia is still dealing so much damage. Juiviana comes in and he manages with that penalty zone to take Leo out just before that Lord fight, just before that Lord engage. And good night, good night, good night to you, good night. You're out, but you are back in again. I don't know. Was it like a second until he came back?
The Faramis passive, very valuable in the situations, but there's no Netherrealm. How can Falcons defend?
Oh, Falcons can defend using every weapon that the Beatrix have, but Juiviana and Too Easy for Lexi lose too much HP than they can afford. Hulk right now is trying to zone Team Nightmare away, and I think that this will be a successful defense.
But for how long though? You can see how much of a problem. So
Whoa,
could they catch?
whoa! So Soul lives.
The black shoe is just in time. This Lilia is a massive problem to Team Falcons. Hasn't died yet this game. And the amount of damage coming out with only a single Radiant armor is really evident at this point, considering even Leo wasn't able to get away from him. Lord's coming in. The base is naked. Can Falcons survive again?
The Lord is even untouched. He's going in with full HP. He's going in while Team Falcons are trying to survive that final push. Penalty zone by Juiviana. Hole goes down and the base is exposed. The base is exposed. Team Nightmare have sent Team Falcons to sleep at this game, and they will have that nightmare.
Against all the odds, Nightmare Esports from Laos are able to overcome their dominators in game number 1 and even things out once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another game 3 on the menu.
Wow, man. That's a redeem code right here. For those of you at home, move fast, because Nightmare just did, and they take out Team Falcons. It's gonna be, it's gonna be a very serious match, game after this, knowing that it's gonna be a back and forth endeavor. If it's gonna be a messy game just like that, I think Nightmare Esports definitely have a chance.
Can we say that Team Nightmare has brought Team Falcons from the sky?
Perhaps so. They thought they'd be able to play, and a lot of their heroes were within comfort. It seemed like a lineup that would be very Team Falcons, but Nightmare Esports seems to have figured something out right here. And now, all cards are actually on the table, which is very surprising. I went into this expecting Falcons to be the shoe-in victor, but goes to show that anything is possible on the wildcard stage as long as these teams are able to figure things out and adapt to the situation. Let us go ahead and award our MVP for game number 2, and it is, of course, going to be Soul coming in from Nightmare Esports.
0 deaths right here. Of course, the Purify plays a part in that, but 82% kill participation, nothing to sneeze at. And looking at his item builds, he was able to be chased down the Martis, who has that card control immunity with the Ice Queen's one slow. And even afterwards, going with the Brute Force Breastplate, understanding there's a limited amount of magical damage threat coming in from the side of Team Falcons here. That's a great item that allows him to move forwards aggressively a lot better, but also defensively when he's kiting back. So the fact that he is now a lot more mobile and still doing a lot more damage is just something that Team Falcon can't really deal with right now.
Yeah, I think that the most annoying thing for Team Falcons was the slowdown effect, and also each time that Guinevere was jumping on Leo especially, I think the most problem that Team Falcons had was zoning out of the neutral objectives.
I feel like in this game, it was even kind of even in the beginning, because it was a bit of a back and forth kind of situation, and usually it would really benefit the Martis. But afterwards, after Leo got some of the plays here, after the top lane also falls, it seems like they thought it was, it's their time to shine. But then they started losing in objective trades. They went for the dive right here. That it worked out, but afterwards, they don't really play together. And once Nightmare Esports was able to separate them like this, by sending Terizla to get between the backliners and the frontliners, then Leo is going in alone, and Goodnight is in the back unprotected. And if you don't fight S5 with this composition from Team Falcons, it's just not its maximum strength in the situation.
Yeah, I don't think they were prepared here, because this is probably the most coordinated we have seen Nightmare Esports ever since the beginning of the wild card. I don't know if they figured something out, but we do need to see more of it from this team, because right now this is a huge evolution. The way they've been able to pressure out Team Falcons entirely, the way they chase them down. Unfortunately, I think too much pressure was put into the side lanes, and Soul was ignored for a little bit too long.
Can't really ignore him, especially in the mid lane. He's working with Too Easy for Lexi, and on the Akai, losing the first turtle was a bit of a setback, but afterwards, he's using the heavy spin aggressively, knowing that the rest of his team has the more aggressive, the more punishing crowd control tools that can use to really counter-engage after everyone has used a lot of their spells to really get away or get out of the way from that heavy spin.
Yeah, it was a rough game here for Team Falcons, and despite their best efforts, they were not able to bring things back together. So Nightmare Esports now looking to be pretty solid. Do you think this momentum will be enough for them to cause quite the upset?
Well, Team Nightmare, if I'm not like speaking about Team Nightmare, I think that Joey Viana should take most of the credit. I know that Suso actually had the MVP, but every time Joey Viana entered with that penalty zone, he was just like shaking Team Falcons around. He was like making them unable to coordinate between each other. So if there's an MVP that I could give, I would give it to Juliana.
Well, Juliana definitely was the big problem in the middle of the big fight. But even initially, I would say that I think Jasmine was also a huge portion in why Team Falcons were having so much of a difficulty. They were looking out for the heavy spin engagement. They're looking for the penalty zone to avoid it. Before you know it, the spatial migration lands, showing again why it's so good. And the fact that you can actually land that spell out of a bush, by the way, during a lane gank, is just such a long distance. And that's something that it's hard to really play around with.
It catches you so off guard, and that's why Guinevere as a hero is so powerful right now. The fact that she can reflect into so many different positions is so valuable during the drafting phase, and the length of time that you're crowd controlled when you're caught by that spatial migration combo is deceptively long. So it's understandable that it would be difficult to have to deal with it, especially in that early game when they're putting so much pressure onto Hulk lane specifically. Nightmare Esports was able to convert that pressure and use the tools at their disposal to completely split up these fights from Team Falcon.
Unfortunately for Team Falcon, just in this game, they didn't have the staying power to just stay in front of Nightmare Esports because they were already so behind in gold. If you look at the cards right here, Juviana is actually the rich guy. So in the EXP lane, he was just clearing and picking up a lot of kills and assists when it's possible. The carry is still so-so, of course, with the late game Lilia, but super. You gotta give him credit as well for just absorbing so much damage in this game that has a lot of action.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very difficult for Super to do a lot in this game on that Edith. He has to pick a specific hero on the side of Nightmare Esports to actually grab. And if that happens to be the wrong one, like for example, Soul in the late game, then he just black shoes out of it, and there's no longer a safe engage for Team Falcon, since at that point, Hulk and Leo are a little bit too behind. They're not going to be able to tank the damage coming out of their opponents. So it's a rough situation to be in. So, like, I don't really know, like, what should they have done?
Well, Team Falcons at the early game, I think they had not a bad early game. Actually, they were a bit in like, let's say, in the driver's seat. But when it got further, when we started to see things happen and shift after that second turtle, Team Falcons just vanished from the Land of Dawn.
I think they just started spreading apart because when they were playing around Leo, we saw the double come in. We saw that around the map, they were able to make plays.
Yeah.
It's almost as if they noticed, like, hey, we just got a big play on the bottom side of the map. We just got another pickup on the top side of the map. We don't have to stick together. We're strong enough to really make plays happen everywhere at once, which is great if you can pull it off. But afterwards, once Nightmare Esports just grouped together, it seems like they just were late to the party, right? They keep getting cut off in the middle, and a lot of their members are not present in the beginning of the fight. They come in after, and that's just not the way to go with this composition, right? Wanting to play around the Netherrealm and the combos coming in from the Beatrix as well.
The thing is, I'm not sure if they could have helped it very much, right? I feel like this was a very smart draft by Nightmare Esports, understanding that Team Falcons are a squad that likes to play together. And that goes doubly so when they have that fair miss to play around the Netherrealm. So they pick up heroes that are able to split the fight apart, that's able to completely separate the map. And they also know that Team Falcons aren't going to have the best split pushing potential, right? So there's no reason for them to pay too much attention to that regard in terms of their draft. Just go for the fight, go for the counter, engage, and they were able to pick all of the steps necessary for a recipe to success.
Actually, there is something also I want to add on. I think there was a big miscommunication happening at Team Falcons, and when it appeared the most was at the time where I was like surprisingly seeing that Beatrix at mid lane pushing while they were trying to defend on that top lane. He was just like taking a first tier in mid lane while his team was getting demolished.
Yeah, he tried, you know, like Lotric tried to do whatever he could because he knew if he could scale, he could create some space, then maybe his team has a chance of coming back into it. But for now, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. We're going into a game 3, but before then, we're gonna take a short break for these players to refresh their bodies and minds. Make sure you guys join us then for the conclusion of this battle.
could be huge, but it looks like could be another kill.
Yeah, Razor's wrapped onto Marcuti, ends his hopes.
Killing spree for Fallen. They're going to keep this up. I'm even in trouble as well. Basic, not unable to get the final hit, but he moves on to Black instead. Able to take him down 3 for 0. And Fallen continues to fight, moves on to final, gets the triple kill. Triple on to Khan. The decimation, the Maniac. Is it the Savage? Yes, easy peasy with the first one in NACT. Best player on a killing spree now. Mark Shooting plays the lead in the backside. Feels good there as well. With that Shadow Stampede, but the hook comes in. A double kill for best player. Can we make it a triple? Yes. Turtle says, wait a second, a lot of damage. Comes in, onto Kai, takes him out. Next is going to be Powerless. The hook just falls away from Pow. And luckily Zero is able to find Joybaj there. And now Zero in trouble, taken out from Mobile Zane.
Super Shark very low. Zia is going to find both Ross and Blaze. Duet from Sleep Spoon finds Dino. Zio finds DP. Copla takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleep. Third Chicken goes down. Fried Chicken finds Steven. Yato finds Fallen. 3 members dropping. Mobile drops down Totenek. Arvel very low. Performing engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvel. It's reactivated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling. Bloodhounds is just fighting it out. Copla is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino, and Bokarasco. Oh. With the high plays with the pathing. Thorn Rose, not enough. With the full team of BTK stampeding around him. They will press him down. Oh my goodness! Zia steals the Lord! The MOBA Zane!
Down, traded for Copla, and down goes CPR. They are trading kills. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Defend with 3 players left. Secures the kill onto Toinks, and you can see right now Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Razor's takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world. Goes Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Out comes the deadly catch. And down goes Zia. ISO finds a kill onto Code. Maddie for you in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? Coming in with that mortal coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Mobazaid finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
Once again, moving on to Copla here, looking for the finish. Gets the final shot. That's a godlike kill over the side of best player. Zia's gonna flicker in, double kill. Dino goes down, and best player continues the torment. Make it a triple, looking for the Maniac. Can he lock on? He's under the tower, he doesn't care. Bokarasco trying to get the outplay, but Zia takes the kill from his hand.
How is Novaria getting caught so close to Naruto?
Oh, wait a second, but they do get the catch. ISO able to take the tower. Fly Chicken a little bit of trouble. Possible Black Dragon, but wait, everyone's getting melted down. Yato picking up a kill. It's 4 taken away from Avalon, all for the price of none. Zia into the backside with the Blazing Duet, able to find Mobazane. ISO getting brought low as well. Wide Chicken trying to get out of here. Can he do it once again? Dodge the water pump. Meal flickers in and gets him. It's a trade. ISO picking up another kill though. Shark getting low as well. Yato flickers in and finds Shark, but taken out from Zia.
Blazing Duet dropping down. Merciless joining the party there low. DPR hits the decimation. Finds Avery. Gets a double. As he gets uneven. Gets DPR to a triple. As he finds Magic. A Maniac takes down Black. The co-alter to save him in the midst of the battle. Matthew finds Mikasa, unpunished, a counterplay. Regrets is gonna take down Mid. Kai's gonna take down Khan. Tyrant very low. Kai finds Matt for you. Another body drops. Regrets picks up a double. Finds Tyrant. Knights of Fate. They have the numbers. Trying to get into the backline, does not find Demon though. He's able to get out of that range. Mark Cutie, a slight mistake and Basic will punish. Takes him out. That is a 3 for none trade. Make that a 4 for none trade. As now falls, Basic wraps around, picks up the kill for a double. Merciless, nowhere to go. He does have Zero wrapping around. A good rotation for the Knights of Fates to punish. The mobilization, Crystal Flood regrets. It's going to take down Sleeps. They get another. Copeland's going to find Zero. Boca Roscoe taking down Regrets.
Meanwhile, in the back, trying to go ahead and hold him off. Kai, big penalty zone with the flicker there, activates the Cold Altar. Is that going to be enough? Down goes Zero. And you can see Basic putting out the damage there. Yato with the cleanup there. Regrets in a bad way. T comes in, puts the damage on Regrets. Bomazane out to the back line, takes him out, finds himself almost the double there. No, he does find the double as ISO takes the tower. Does go wide, Joy Maj gets taken out by best player. Now set his sights onto ISO, and another kill, a double for best player. Ooh, Zane trying to make them pay for it. Look at the taunting by best player. Recalls are out. Immortality for Super Shark has been activated. That's a complete wipe for BTA.
Cutie trying to find Basic. They can take out Basic. That is huge. Basic flickers through. They're not able to finish. None's Fury knocks him up. Mark Cutie finds Basic into the backside though. Demon able to find Mark Cutie. It's 1-for-1. Make it 3-for-1. Area 77. Finding the moment of strike. Franco, he's already taken a death. Bloodhound looking for control over the pit as Kai and Zero waited out. But the wall comes out. Mikasa dives in with the bravest fighter. Looking for Darb. Looking to target onto Boca Roscoe there. Out comes the falling Star Moon, but Easy Peasy still takes Turtle. And Dino is cleaning up. Oh! This is what I'm talking about. He flickers in, gets the knock up. ISO picks up Black. And Mobazane shredding through under the tower. Able to find two before he falls down. Magic gets the shutdown though.
A two-man flicker set coming out from Chicken.
Here comes Shark with the cutthroat onto the backside. Reckless tries to get the big push, brings everyone under the crystal. Zed comes in with that last insanity, finds best player. It's a little bit of response, 2-for-1 currently, but all their base is cracked open and Milo doesn't stop, neither does Mooney.
Zia is gonna take down Sarbazi and are gonna claim the turn in the mid lane. Picks up a double, finds Powerless a triple. If Mikasa's not careful, he's going in for the dive. Gets the triple. Mikasa responds from taking him down. Decimation from Kai is gonna find who. Last sanity from Milo. You are going to see the hard guard on the Tarzan, but Ice with torn apart memories for the denial will shut him down. Can't out-heal this damage. T is going to claim a turret. Mobazane is going to find Basic. ISO takes down Demon. That is going to be a 3-for-none trade in favor for BTK. The huge save to keep their marksman alive. Zia picks up a kill off the assist, takes out T. Milo finds Chicken. Best player finds ISO. 4 members falling for BTK. Mobazane trying to fight out against a full team of TOB, but Zia, yet again, trumples over, takes the kill. A full wipeout as TOB now will push up the map.
Juice Cutie's next on the top. They're putting on the damage, going with the Mortal Coil. The ultimate is not enough to save her. And Black still chasing. He's not done yet. Juice Cutie finds an end to himself. Now we're seeing the damage from that Melissa. Sleep's doing a great job. Boca Roscoe finds a kill onto Myth. Real world manipulation from Boca Roscoe is set down to the escape of the Night Horde. And we're trading some kills there, but Easy Peasy finds, is that a triple kill for him? DPR finds the kill and the turtle. Mark Cutie finds a Sir Bossy as well. Mikasa in trouble.
DPR
is going to use that penalty zone to get away. He's just a narrow sliver of health. Jules Cutie lining up a shot, finds a kill onto Powerless. And Sleeps on the other side. Wild charge from Toy. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Puts Sleeps to sleep. And on the other side, Tarzan trying to chase down Boca Roscoe. Toinks on the other side trying to plus the damage. Basic with an ultimate from the front. And that's going to clean the clock for Boca Roscoe and Copla. Yeah, big wild charge lands on the Merciless. He's trying to get himself to safety from the bottom. In comes DPR with a decimation. And now Tarzan might be following as well. That's a double for DPR. And Victor gonna have to get himself away. Jules Cutie hot on the pursuit. The damage, another set from Chicken, stuns them against the wall. He's gonna be able, he's trying to get away, juking and diving.
Oh my.
And that is gonna be a clean escape for Fly Chicken, while 4 members down for Area 77. T down very low from the back end. ISO with that blazing duet. Yato finds a kill onto best player, and now finally might have a little bit of a problem. ISO does get killed by Zia, but Fly Chicken finally able to bring down Yellow.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 for 1 plus a Lord. B2K definitely coming out on top.
From the side, a lot of damage comes in, penalty zone, pops them up. Hoon finds a kill. That's 3 down for Area, 4 down, it's just 0 left. That's gonna be game 2, a full sweep.
Arsenal fighting it out. Who will be able to draw the kill and take this objective? Crazy Grab goes down from Zane, connecting, hits Tarzan, it takes him out of there. You are looking at Promise trying to get away, but the Fire Snake missiles will catch him in his tracks. ISO get the kill. Yato finds Promise to respond. Rough Waves on the way out. Demon able to sustain himself. 3 members falling for Avalon. BTK able to take control of the Lord Pit.
Promise coming up from the side as well. Mark Cutie, good distance. He doesn't realize Promise is out there. This might be it. Promise locked on to Mark Cutie, takes him out.
Very close call, but Shark rushing in for the set, the stun, the penalty zone. Hoon finds Yato. Wait a second, there are no minions though. Do they get out of this? Do they still fight? Milo shuts down ISO. Huge play finds the marksman for BTK. An airborne knockup on the Chicken. Ring of Order goes out. Sandstorm going in from T. Chicken finds Z. Zia T finds Super Shark. Look at the base crystal. 1%. TOB officially named the first grand finalist, taking down BTK and sending them to the losers bracket.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted.
B2K doesn't want to go out.
Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went...
My fight. My moment. The battle for the trophy continues.
When you find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing. 8 teams. The dream for each team. Take their place on this trophy. Who's gonna win this baby and go on to N5? If you want to hoist this holy grail, then know this. You will never be forgotten. Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime.
Welcome to Long Beach, California for the North America Challenger Tournament 2023 Fall Season Finals.
And we are back in Thunder Studio, Long Beach, California. How's everybody doing in the crowd today? Woo! Everybody's excited, guys. 2 months of journey. We're finally here with our beautiful host, Liz, on stage. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Dave. I got 2 energy drinks in, but the energy of the crowd is enough to cheer me on for this moment. 2-month journey indeed, and we're finally here at the Grand Finals today in Thunder Studios, Long Beach. I'm pumped, Dave. What about you?
Oh, I'm excited. I didn't have 2 energy drinks, but we don't need it because the crowd are pouring in today, guys. We have a lot of special stuff for you. Jam-packed event. Make sure to share the live stream, share the broadcast with your friends. This is the time, grand final day, only 1 team will make it out today and go all the way to Asia to participate in the World Series. We cannot wait to find out. Now, first of all, we do have elimination bracket, right, for the loser bracket. Now, I do want to talk about the format, the history that we have been through, because NACT has gone through a long journey. Liz, why don't you go ahead and talk about the history we have been through so far?
And that journey this season began in August, where 96 teams fought their way through the open qualifiers, leaving us with 4 of NA's greatest rosters at the playoff stage. The teams kick-started a fresh journey in the standard double elimination series, and tonight, at the Grand Finals, this arena will crown our regional champion for the World Series now. That is also a $19,000 and 250,000 diamonds of rewards for our players in the house. So Dave, this is the biggest and greatest NACT yet.
Absolutely. Now, biggest and greatest doesn't just stop here. Originally in North America, remember the grand champion is going to Asia for the World Series MPL Invitational M5 World Championship. I think that's adding up to $1 million prize pool. That's a lot of money and experience of the lifetime. But obviously, I think we'll have jam-packed crowd today. Everybody's here for a show, right? For bracket today, Liz, what are the matches we're looking for today?
Well, Dave, yesterday we had 4 teams down to 3. A77 bids farewell as we hit the final stage of the NACT. TOB yesterday secured their spot for the first grand finalist. So today, BTK is hungry for the redemption. Drop down to lower bracket. BTK today will take on Avalon, first series of the night, and the winner will set the stage in the best of 7 showdown against TOB. Now, will BTK seize their final redemption against TOB, or will TOB be the undisputed regional champion?
You see, it's going to be very exciting for many different reasons. One thing is not just tests for their skills, for their teamwork, for their strategy. It's also a test for stamina. BTK, Avalon, doesn't matter who wins, they have to go through a loser bracket first, and after a short break, have to come back again and fight for the grand final. That's why you want to go to the winner bracket. But guys, when you're watching, I think we have some special people ready to come up on stage, right, Liz?
Absolutely. Now, 3 of your favorite heroes are teleported here from the Land of Dawn, rolling on stage. First off, we have Basha with Fury
Let's hear it for Boxia!
Followed by our NA's very own Layla Bunny Babe, brought to you by Xena Lily. And last but not least, we have 1-1 adding her unique charm to the mix. Now, that costumes, man, Dave.
Oh my goodness. I didn't see, this is my first time seeing the 1-1. I saw Layla. That gun over there, it probably took like a year just to make that. So if you're able to catch a cosplayer off stage, make sure to take a picture, take a selfie. Now, it probably costs like $1,000 for a picture. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure to catch them in the venue to get some pictures. It's going to be awesome. Now, we're going to invite our wonderful cosplayers off stage. Thank you so much. Let's hear it again for our cosplayers. Woo!
Now,
Awesome.
in light of the cosplayers, we also, as always, have a special giveaway for all of our audiences sitting in the live as well as at home. So, Dave, what will our giveaway be today?
Oh, we got a time-limited and a quantity-limited giveaway codes on screen right now in live audience. Take out your phone and receive your free scan. After 50 users redeem this time-limited scan, it's going to run out. So I think it's already out, to be honest, Liz, if you haven't got your chance.
I mean, judging by the crowd today, it might be already be out. 50 giveaway codes, that's right, on the screen, guys. So pull out your phones, type that code in, and be one of the first 40 winners to redeem that skin.
First and only. That's right. If you redeem it and you haven't redeemed it, it's already gone. So again, do it now with the link in description. But we heard a lot from the community. How about the players? Before today's show, we got to interview some of the players on how they are preparing for M5. Let's roll the tape.
It would mean a lot to me to play in M5 and MPLI because I never missed World Series as long as I've been playing. I was there for M3, I was there for M4. Unfortunately, Team BTK couldn't go to MSC due to travel issues, but that's not going to be a problem anymore, and I'm looking forward to compete.
M5 in the Philippines will be actually going to be my greatest part of my MLBB career. So I'm really looking forward to it, and I have a lot of fans in PH, so I'm really excited. So I really want to win this.
To get to M5 in the Philippines would be super special because first, it's my home country, and we're treated as the underdogs right now. And if we were to really win, we would shock everyone.
And again, Magic Trick, I'm back on the caster's desk with two handsome gentlemen, Steph, Wheezy, and Yue. Guys, what do y'all think about the tape?
Man, just amazing to see all these players fighting it out in Long Beach, California. I'm myself excited to see. Today, we're going to figure out who's going to represent us not only in MPLI, but also in the World Series.
Yeah, the World Series is definitely the prize money here. Everyone's here to compete, and we have Avalon and BTK. These two Titans have fought each other throughout the whole entire regular season. It's gonna be an exciting match to watch.
I know, we unfortunately have to send off Era 77, but they're in attendance today off the stage. Now, today we got 3 teams competing for the crown spot. Let's quickly take a look off the rosters. Why don't we go ahead and see Bloodthirsty King first?
Oh, Bloodthirsty King coming out, man. They're all looking so sharp. You know, this is one of the teams that have actually won it and done it. They went through M3, they went to M4, and now they're looking to go to that next one. And man, 4-man Petrusek coming out from Yato. Man, this team is quite solid here.
Yeah, definitely solid. The reigning champs in NACT so far. And speaking of champions, the Ohio Brothers, who's been dominating the entire fall season, sitting at that #1 position. Look at the flawless execution, the gameplay, which led to all of their victories so far. Definitely one of the hardest teams to go against, and we got to see how they kind of reign today. They're the only team currently sitting in that grand finalist position, and today we're going to figure out, is it going to be Avalon? Is it going to be BTK to face them?
You know, I love the wind coming up from Hunk's face every time the elevator door opened. But you know what's also exciting? This is going to be basic smile when the elevator open for Team Avalon. Let's take a look, Yue.
Yeah, Avalon does come through. You know, this is the team that a lot of people, a lot of the locals do understand. We've seen them quite often in multiple different tournaments. They actually did quite well, you know, and it's a team that's been pieced together, and the synergy is going to be there.
Yeah, the synergy's definitely there. I mean, they have international experience. They have Basic on the team. Pretty much everybody going against each other today all have international experience, right? You've got TOB, you've got Avalon, and we're also going to have the best of the best, the Ohio Brothers, sitting in the grand finalist position.
Well, speaking of all the teams, guys, we actually asked our talent before the show about their prediction. Now, who is making it out? The one and only. Right, it's going to be BTK, it's going to be TOB, it's going to be Avalon. Let's take a look at the predictions. Woo! 3-2 to BTK's favor.
Yeah, there's a lot of people voting for BTK. You know, they had the experience of coming through last season, got a best of 7 series, and definitely dominated there. So I feel like that kind of skews into their favor. But once again, TOB, the contending champions, they've done so well in the regular season. So I'm definitely not scared for TOB to kind of come through and take that spot.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a sneak peek, right, in day 1 of the playoffs, right? We got to see TOB, we got to see BTK fight it out. It ended up working in TOB's favor, a 2-0 sweep. But, you know, if we look at history, last NACT, it went all the way to a best of 7. Honestly, the best series we ever had in North America. So you never know which way it's going to go. But looking at the predictions so far, I myself, this time around, voted for BTK. I mean, hey, after seeing them last year, how could I ever doubt them? But anyway, it looks like you're on the same note as me.
You know about the caster's curse, right? I mean, we still have a loser bracket final that's yet to begin. The round 1, Avalon taking on Bloodthirsty King. How about let's take a look at the stats.
Stats are going to be coming through onto the screen. And once again, these numbers, it doesn't really mean the whole entire story, but BTK definitely shifting ahead in terms of the KDA, the damages, the rating, and also the gold. It just means, you know, they like to prolong the game. They want to make sure they have that late game security. But Avalon, on the other hand, a little bit less on all the statistics. But once again, these are two teams, two of the best teams from North America, Wheezy.
That's right, the number 2 versus the number 3, right? We also got to see both of them face yesterday in day 1. It ended up being a 2-0 sweep in favor for BTK. I said, was the 3rd time the charm, and it looked like it wasn't for Avalon, but hey, today may be another story.
You know what's interesting? When we look at the entire regular season stats from yesterday, it seemed like Avalon and Era 77 both have like higher stats. Not necessarily better, but higher stats in almost every genre, right? But today, it seemed like that script has been completely flipped. I was so surprised there.
Yeah, honestly, you know, BTK, they still have all the stats continuing, but they also have the tournament experience. Like we said earlier, BTK, they've done so well in these 7-game series that honestly, I'm not going to doubt them. I feel like they definitely have the standing here. They have the experience. They have the international stuff. Everything is kind of just going into their favor, and I feel like the crowd is too.
Yeah, the crowd definitely ready. I mean, I've seen a couple of MOBA Zane heads just floating around in the audience, some BTK signs, and, you know, some fans for Avalon as well. So I can't wait to see which way this goes, but nonetheless, this is the final shot for both of these teams, right? Only one will be able to move forward into the grand final.
Yeah, you've seen some MOBA Zane heads. I think that's right. You know, maybe sometimes regarding the match, it's about whose fan base has more heads, right? So like in the game, we're talking about who has more immortalities. Maybe this who has more fans. That's going to win the game. Because first game of the day, usually it's all momentum. Yeah,
it's definitely going to take a lot of momentum right now. BTK, they got the wins yesterday. It was a 2-0 sweep to Avalon, and they did quite well. I feel like, you know, in terms of their early game, they didn't do exactly what they wanted to. They kind of lost a little bit, but they were able to kind of gather up, go into that death ball, and making sure that they kind of pushed through. And of course, you know, they got to this stage, and Wheezy, draft coming in already. The supports ban are coming out. It's kind of the same exact draft that they tried to do last time around.
That's right. This is becoming textbook for BTK, right? Just banning out all the supports and then making sure Chicken gets comfortable on that roam position. I mean, usually we see him run that Edith that may be a showcasing today. Maybe something Avalon wants to ban out.
I want to say that yesterday when we see BTK going against Avalon, they had the same ban strategy. Right? They banned all the support. And then it's not like today they're doing the exact same thing. But when they win against a team like TOB, they were not banning all the supports. They were actually leaving, I think, Mathilda open even. You know, even though we know that TOB is really comfortable, and then Mathilda is one of the most comfortable character for Shark. So looking at this draft, you know, banning all the support, I think BTK definitely done their homework for not only the team, the nemesis, I would say, right, but also for every other team that they possibly might go against.
Well, here's the thing. TOB, they have the assassins coming in. But right now, this game is going to be about Avalon. And Avalon loves to play the front-to-back style. We have Tarzan that loves to go the utility jungles. It's kind of the same mirror matchup going against BTK. So it brings a different element, and the different drafts come through. BTK definitely done their homework, and it kind of shows right away in these drafts.
You know, and something interesting, a little different from what we've seen yesterday. Avalon, they didn't go to kind of ban out MOBA Zane on the box here, right? They let that walk. They didn't ban the Navaria. They banned both of those in both matches yesterday, but they're kind of switching up their style. There goes the box here, which is going to open up the door for a possible Mathilda play for BTK. And hey, there it goes.
The possible Mathilda play. It's a for sure Mathilda play, Steph Wheezy, which is good prediction from you. And that's why, you know, we have the best casters on desk today. make sure to follow our wonderful caster, URS Weezy, on the social media. You probably have their handles already. If you're not, go to the description and find it. That's right, Mathilda being taken out. Fredrin is still available, which is quite interesting. Do you think Avalon's going to take it? Or do you think they're going to leave it to BDK? I don't think they're going to leave it to BDK at all. Oh.
Ooh. Well, the Fredrin does get picked up by Tarzan right here. But once again, there's still a lot available. The Kaja does get picked up. That's kind of one of those very heavy pick or ban heroes. But with the Matilda on the board, it seems like BTK want to skews towards that support. Now, even with the Basha and the Akai being banned out, that still leaves a Martis, and we all know Moba Zane. He can play the fighters, he can play the tanks, and Martis, it might just be a perfect pick to deal with the CC coming out from Fredrin.
Yeah, definitely a pick from Moba Zane. I mean, we've seen him run even things like the Paquito, even though it took a little bit of a nerf, so he has options on the table still. I don't think he's really too worried about the Akai and the Basha not being on the table. He could run that Martis, it could definitely work out well. I mean, he has Chicken on the Mathilda to be able to get them out of those trickier situations.
Ooh.
We're already seeing some sustainability from BTK picking up that export.
Oh, it's going to be Lancelot. Wow. How often do we see Zane on Lancelot? I mean, this is going to be a for sure jungle pick. We have Export already. Or maybe it's an export jungle. No way. It has to be a Lancelot jungle, right?
It has to be a Lancelot jungle, but the Esmeralda counter pick coming out to deal with the shields coming from the Matilda. We've seen this quite often in a lot of the matches, a lot of the series already, and we're coming out it with again, and they're not really shy of picking this early. They just want to make sure they can get this Esmeralda, because it might seem like, if the Esmeralda does get passed away in the first phase, it's going to be on that ban table.
Yeah, and it'll give a promise a little bit of an easier time in the XP lane, especially going up against that X-Borg, right? He's very sustainable. One of the things about Esmeralda is the mobility that she provides to be able to cut that lane and get to the fights nice and early. Whereas X-Borg, he's not as mobile, but definitely can get the job done. But with the Esmeralda being on the board, it could be a problem for BTK, right? With that Mathilda providing those shields, Esmeralda will be able to pretty much soak all of that up.
Yeah, I mean, Esmeralda is such a great pick in this particular scenario because it's not going to be bothered by X-Borg in lane harassment. Now, X-Borg actually quite annoying when you go against in lane, just keep on spraying fire at you. It's not doing that much damage early game. It's more of a just annoyance. So here, I like the draft, and then let's take a look at bans. It seems like Team Avalon will ban away 2 marksmen, Brody and Carry.
And both of these teams are there looking for the marksmen and the mage. But here's the thing, Avalon chooses to ban out 2 of one of the better marksmen right here. So it does leave Arithal kind of in the open in the open field. But right here we still have Exia, and we saw Zia play a pretty good Exia, and with the recent buffs, that might be a choice that both of these teams are looking to pick.
What about Bruno?
Yep, Bruno could definitely be a problem. I mean, we've been seeing him pretty much dominate. He took a little bit of a hit with the recent nerfs, but he definitely is still a problem. We've also been seeing picks like the Irithel been slotted in, the Beatrix still being available for both sides. Speaking of Beatrix, there it goes. Avalon securing the marksman.
Basic got MVP yesterday with Beatrix twice in a row, right? This guy is absolutely on fire with his character. The first game might not have that many kills, but it was a lot of damage. We're talking about damage is what's important as it carries a late game insurance. So let's take a look. Oh, Irithel will be taken out. Now, it seems like not every team's gonna go with the Ixia and a Mathilda combo, as good as it is. Now, I want to mention here, what do you think about Chicken on Mathilda? I've really seen him play this character.
Well, Matilda Rhino recently did get that update, so the Circling Eagle, honestly, you could kind of do a lot with it. So even without Chicken being on something like a set tank, what traditionally he likes to run, the Edith, the Kaja, kind of like the EXP ones, now he's on Matilda, and I feel like that kind of gives leeway for Mobazane to kind of dash in and out. It gives that sustained support, and it adds a raw element of surprise here. But ooh, the Novaria comes out. That was what I was going to be looking for, but there's still a lot of mages on the board. Maybe we're going to see a Faramis. Maybe we might see something completely different here.
You know, I was thinking about the Novaria as well. I'm looking at their composition, and it's not really heavy CC oriented, right? It's more for the sustainability, get in and get out. With the Novaria over there with Astral Echo, we'll be able to provide that slow to the entire team, increase that hit marker as well, so it can definitely be effective. It is going to be interesting seeing Mobazane on this Lancelot, but speaking of picks and sustainability, there goes the final pick for Avalon to finalize this draft. They are going to go ahead and pick up the sustainability, right? They are going to have that Nether Realm to be able to keep themselves alive with this Faramis.
The Faramis is decent against, I would say, X-Borg, but it's not very good against someone like Irithel, Yue. What do you think?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not really too scared about the Rithel, but I feel like the range coming out from Novaria just might be a little bit too much to handle. And you know, Rithel, he does well. He has that AoE, but Rithel does take some time to scale. But Dave, we're jumping in.
Yeah, it seems like timer has been running out. If you're watching at home, it's time to share the stream, like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells. Tell all your friends, tell your parents, tell your uncle, tell your entire family. We don't care. Get them in. This is the grand final day. Who's going to make it to the grand final match? First game between Bloodthirsty King and Team Avalon is on the way. Casters, take it away.
That's right, into the loser bracket finals, best of 3. Only one will move forward to be your grand finalist to fight it out against the Ohio brothers. Will it be the Bloodthirsty Kings or will it be Avalon? You have Moba Zane running the Lancelot in the jungle for Avalon. You are going to be seeing this Fredrin.
And honestly, Mobazane on the Lancelot is definitely a treat for the crowd. Mobazane traditionally likes to play a lot of the utility side, and to be on an assassin in a grand final series, you know, that's something definitely a treat. But a small opening coming through, Avalon decides to go for a 2-1-1 onto the XP lane, and BTK responds the same exact way. They want to make sure all these heroes can get to level 4 and make sure they're all ready for that next turtle fight.
Right, and looking at the emblems showing up, 5 Impure Rages across the board. That Quantum Charge, you are going to go ahead and see them revving up, trying to do some additional damage. Now, what we've seen from the past, right? The last time we've seen both of these teams play was yesterday, and it was a best of 3. It ended up in BTK's favor with a 2-0 sweep, but this is their final chance. This is the loser bracket finals. Will Avalon be able to turn this around, or will we see BTK push forward to the grand finals?
Well, here's the thing about Avalon. Their kind of style is to, you know, make sure Basic can get into that late game. So we're probably going to see a lot of Cold World.
From a different country, get this warm of a reception.
Yeah, and also if you can look here at the audience, and I wish that also everyone behind the screens can watch and see the audience. Also, Team Nightmare have a really good fan base. They have a lot of fans, but it seems like we are heading into the night of dawn.
All right, we're back once again, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like we're going to be picking up right where we left off here. A slight lead by Nightmare Esports, but nothing too dangerous yet for Team Falcons. They got to be careful, though, about their aggression.
They got to be careful, and also especially too easy for Lexi needs to be the most careful. He now has finished his ultimate already, but he couldn't take that. Turtle down, it's reset. Juiviana is now having his moment. He's now on his ultimate, but he takes it back. Everyone goes back. Everyone comes down for a very good night. Steals that black shoes. Everything is still on. The battle is still on. Good night. And also Leo is trying to steal, but there is nothing that comes back to Leo but to go back. Team Falcons go back, and the turtle goes for Team Nightmare.
That is extremely unfortunate, man. The penalty zone into the heavy spin. Didn't work out, and look at Super.
Look at what spin is hitting. Too easy for Lexi. Is hitting people even inside and outside the bush.
Yeah, mistakes are definitely being made. Ooh, good night. Being very aggro. Forces out the black shoes at the very least.
What?
Picks off Lotric 1v1 in the bot lane.
I think he committed so much to the turret, right? Because it's a turret to kill.
Looks like it.
Seems like it, but now Super's alone. He is not going to be engaged on down, but that might just lead to the turret getting equalized. Can Falcons go for a play?
Oh, they can't go for a play, so Sol now is trying to escape using his Purify. He manages to go back. He managed to go into the middle of his own team. Mid lane might be a threat, but cards need to be reorganized.
Nightmare Esports really outmaneuvering Team Falcons across the map right now. There's a lot of pressure from this team because of the amount of burst damage they have. And when we look on the other side, Super, his Iron Hook has had a very successful hit rate. 53% is honestly very impressive, all things considered. And yet, Nightmare Esports still seems to be the ones in the lead.
In fact, I don't think Super has made a lot of crazy hooks just yet. So we'll have to see, man. The later the game goes, the more value that Iron Hook has. Being able to pull someone from the opposing team so much closer to your team. And even going for some steals like that. But Leo, is he going to be jumped on?
Nah,
with the turret
so
nearby?
hard.
I don't think so.
It's so hard.
It doesn't seem like it. That would be a bad angle. Jasmine gonna be taking some abuse here, but again, not a good angle for either of these teams to engage. They're definitely starting to slow things down somewhat, especially with the Lord coming up in another 10 seconds.
He just passed.
He's looking for the hook, not gonna be able to get it. This objective though is gonna be pretty important. Right now the structure count is even between these teams.
Oh, by the way, you want to raise the question of Cammy on the Brody right here. I was very vocal about him not performing really well on the 1-1, but on the Brody, he seems absolutely at home right here, finding a lot of ways to really outplay the members of Team Falcons. Against a comp like this, it's also very nice to have that extra bit of mobility and the range in order to stay safe from the crowd control. Juliana though has the Starlium sight, so true damage, but Falcon, they make their first move.
Well, will it be too easy for Lexi to take that Lord? Now we see that there's some suppression happening and also some ultimates being triggered everywhere in the land of Dawn. Leo tries and he manages to secure that Lord. He loses his life for it. He loses his life for it, and also the life of Good Knight is being lost. No, the Black Shoes has been triggered and is just like buying time. Is he buying time? Yeah, he is buying time. But time has just ran out. Tick tock, the clock is running for Team Nightmare.
This is clearly not looking too good for Team Falcons. And
what was that, Jasmine? But what was that? Super Jasmine is out. Jasmine is still alive. He manages to escape such an inevitable death.
Man, that is just a pick of potential. The amount of damage that Nightmare Esports can dish out is so insane right now. Team Falcons have the utility, but wait, they go for Juliana. They'll get it though. Man, I was about to say that they have all the tools to really force a Lord take, and they get it. But at what cost, man? Losing 4 members like that? It's definitely not quite worth it, especially against a team that can snowball like Nightmare Esports. We're still in the mid-game so far.
Yeah, but it does seem like the coordination for Team Falcons is unraveling a little bit. The communication coming from their players seems to be lacking, and the goals that they're attempting to achieve are being split up across the map. There's a sense of desperation to try and achieve these objectives, and they're committing a bit too far, disregarding their backline in the process. They gotta be able to overcome that.
If you look at the jungle EXP though, despite all the setbacks, Too Easy for Lexi is still at the same level as Leo, so every single Lord take from here, everything above contest as well, is very competitive. I mean, earlier, Lexi was trying to take the purple buff away from Leo, but he's still able to get it secured. Now it's back to that slow build-up before the next big fight, and with more items, it does become a bit easier for Team Falcons to really come out ahead on these in these fights. If they have resistances, they don't fall as fast. They have ways to really use their frontliners efficiently, so it doesn't become as urgent. There's not the same kind of urgency that they have in the early game against all the bursts coming in from the Joy, the Lilia, and the Brody.
Well, as I told you, it's gonna be a little bit hard for Team Falcons to come back because, and this is something that they need to work on. Once they are pressured, they cannot deal and they cannot find their way out easily.
So you're saying that Team Falcons are actually a very momentum-based team here.
Yeah.
And if they fall behind, the space no longer creates itself for them.
Yeah, if you look at the items right here, with the Lightning Truncheon, I think Good Knight has a decent amount of damage already, but it's not continuous. So it still falls on the shoulders of Lautrec to really output the damage. And on that note, he has 4 items available. The last one could be a Wind of Nature, potentially, to try and outplay the Tornapod Memory, but he still needs some resistances to deal with the magic damage. Because So and Juliana, they're doing a lot of damage, and they can really get past the frontliners quite easily.
The thing is, if Lautrec goes for magic defense, Team Falcons already is lacking damage overall. So he's kind of in between a rock and a hard place, right? He has to go for full DPS, because otherwise, once that late game arrives, Nightmare Esports will just run them over. And even before then,
I wonder which spin will be the most effective. Will it be the heavy spin or the wheels spin? Look at here. Oh, suppressed down, and Juliana goes down by the hands of Floater, but from far behind, monster kill happens on Super. Leo's trying to find his way in. Leo's trying to find his way in. Leo's trying to find his way in, but it was too easy for Lexi to take that Lord Nightmare, or about to pressure Team Falcons and test them one more time.
That was very well played there by Nightmare Esports, purposely delaying the fight once they knew that Juliana had already been caught out, to make sure that Leo would not have enough health to spin in and get the secure on the Lord. And honestly, he tried so hard to survive. His timing was almost there. But with that Lord taken now, Team Falcons will have a tough defense.
It's a great approach against a team that can go for steals off the back of utility, bait it out, wait for it to end, and then go. I think it's the second time the Team Falcons have went for a ultimate-based play and not come out on top. They can siege right here, but against a Brody, that's dangerous. Let alone a Brody with a Sea Halberd that can do max HP damage to the Akai and the Franco as well as the Terizla.
Well, I think that the defense for Team Falcons isn't that hard because they have the basics, they have like a good set of defensive heroes, but, and also, like you said something really interesting, Arashi. You said that Franco's late game hooks are the most valuable hooks.
Well, the longer the game goes, the more there's a chance that that one random hook, right, if it lands on the right person, it can completely turn the game around, despite the difference in gold. Unless, of course, Nightmare Esports play perfectly. And so far, there's no indication that they're going to fall off here. A 5k gold difference definitely isn't ideal. They should want more, but now they're going in for Leo.
They should get more, but also who should get more is Leo. Leo's going back, but the damage is so high on too easy for Lexi. Too easy for Lexi, might die before that Lord, but who dies before that Lord? Or like before that team fight ends is super from the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, that ambush from Nightmare Esports definitely caught them off guard. They checked the bush with Leo, which is probably the safest choice they have. But because the team was so far behind, they weren't ready to follow up.
He was charging, he was charging, he was charging, and he charges Team Falcons, but the penalty zone by whole crashes 3 of the members of Team Nightmare, but Team Nightmare comes on top. Team Nightmare now are showing nightmares to Team Falcons. Team Falcons are going down. It is the end. It is the end. It is the end. It is the end. It is the reverse sweep, or there's a defense. It is the reverse sweep for Team Nightmare. Falcons team fall down from the sky.
For the second time today, we are seeing a reverse sweep again. A team that has surpassed all odds and defied all expectations to take down a more experienced and mature opponent. What a performance this has been.
Oof, man, for both these teams, it's such a tough game right there. Back and forth, full action-packed, but in the end, Nightmare Esports come out on top. It was a complicated situation, to be completely honest with you, but in the end, it's undeniable that Nightmare Esports, they have something going on right there. With time, with space allowed for them to actually think up a strategy, they can eventually come up with something really good. But if they want to keep moving forward here in the wildcard series, they got to be able to do that faster, man. They got to be able to do that on the fly, because some of the other teams, they can do it at a drop of hat.
But we're already seeing signs of brilliance here. The fact that they have the potential to do this shows that there's a lot more to this team than we may have initially expected. And the longer the wildcards go, it feels like the more I'm saying that for every single team. So turns out, yeah, that's good news. Turns out maybe there isn't truly an underdog in this competition after all.
Well, in a wild card, you would expect to see wild picks, wild situations, wild teams. So everything is wild so far, and they haven't disappointed anyone who's watching them. Every team has pulled off their best performance, and every team has earned their own points. So far, everything is going really good for the teams generally. Some of them are gaining experience. Some of them are taking that ticket, not back home, but going with it to the Philippines.
That is the main goal, right? That's what all of these teams want. Those 2 tickets to the M5 main stage. And now that we're halfway through the matches here in day 2, the group stages are also halfway concluded. And I think the results have definitely defied expectations so far, showing us that none of these players, none of these teams can afford to let down their guard.
Yeah, you can't really count any of these teams out, man, because at the worst, they can still surprise you, right? And at best, they will take over and just completely upset. I mean, on our predictions here on the desk today, I believe only one of us voted for Nightmare. So, you know, you can see that even us.
But you cannot remember, right? You cannot remember who voted for Nightmares.
Yeah, I think we don't quite remember it.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
My point is, even us on the desk has been watching them intensively from day one. We still can't even predict completely what's going to happen in these matches.
That is true. Like, I went into this with a good amount of research. I really crammed as much information about these teams as possible the days leading up into the wild card. And I thought, like, I have a lot of information now. I should be able to tell what is going to happen. And then these teams just walk up on stage and blow all of those expectations out of the water, which is honestly the best thing you can hope for a tournament like this. Either way though, we're gonna move on and announce our MVP for game number 3. And this time, it is going over to Jasmine. Those Kufra setups were absolutely out of this world.
Especially the one in the bottom lane, man. I think that was a make or break moment, right? The team that wins that engagement, I think, gets a bit more momentum, which Nightmare Esports desperately needed to really come out on top here. The fact that he was able to get an insane engage and a combo off, turning it completely on its head, I think it's very, very well deserved. And these roamers in the wildcard, man, they are absolutely wild.
Actually, I think that he is the MVP. Okay, Kufra is the MVP and Jasmine is the MVP. But I think it was the MVP pick as well. It was the most valuable pick, not just player, because Kufra, he uses that Franco to his best advantage. How is that? Because everyone surrounds Franco once he uses his ultimate, and this is a really good environment for a pick like Kufra, right, Rashi?
Exactly, which is why I think the composition was so beneficial, right? They have a Kufra, but the guy in front doesn't always have to be the Kufra. The Boxer is very happy to walk in the front, take it, and essentially set up the whole environment for Jasmine to make the play. Let's take a look at some of the MVP highlights right here. And early on, it was just pure chaos. And Nightmare Esports seems to be more comfortable in this environment. But this was the play, man. Ooh. Even with the flicker, dude, you just cannot see it coming. And look at the dive. Knowing that they have a lot of HP bars to work with, right? The black shoes as well. It means that they can juggle the aggro so conveniently. And just like that, they just went and got a dominant fight. And from there on, it's just an uphill battle for Falcon, who are able to get some of the neutral objectives, but at a very expensive cost.
I feel like that engagement in the bottom lane was actually a really big turning point for the side of Nightmare Esports. Even though it was a very early point in the game, you could tell that the psychological damage it was able to inflict was massive, because Falcons thought they finally got a pick off, and then it's just taken away right in front of them.
Yeah, and actually, Brody at some point, he didn't need the torn apart memory to tear Falcons apart. Just basic attacks was enough.
Yeah, and insane performance by Cammy, man. Still the highest KDA ratio, 0 deaths right here, despite all the action available in this final game of this match. Let's take a look at some of the item builds here and the emblems from both these teams. Super, like we mentioned, was going for that pick of strat, but unfortunately, right, no one else really has the damage. Even Lautrec went for the assassin emblem, but he still went with the weapon mastery, so he was really banking on being able to carry in that late game. So in the early stage of the game, despite their intention of being aggressive, they don't really have enough damage to really back up that situation.
Yeah, the thing is, Team Falcons actually has the tools needed to kind of slow down the game and delay until Lautrec becomes a genuine threat, right? But Nightmare Esports recognize this. They know that they cannot afford for Team Falcons to slow this game down. So they just came out the gate completely running, diving them, hunting them down, getting these ganks. Even if it meant trading some bodies in the beginning, the moment they got that lead, they knew that Team Falcon would have a lot of difficulty making that comeback in terms of gold and EXP.
And the very confusing part right here, I think, for Falcons as well, can you imagine trying to secure the Lord or Turtle, right? You're trying to focus on everything, and then you see a Joy. So you're like, okay, that's the jungler. But no, man, it's not. That's Juviana in the EXP lane. And in the late game with the weapon mastery, showing again that the Joy is still an absolute menace given the right items and given the right targets.
Yeah, I do want to talk about this a little bit. It's the separation of role, right? Because when Joy has to play as the jungler, the hero is not able to dive those backlines and threaten the squishy heroes. They have to stay around the objective to get that retreat timing. On the opposite side, Leo was fulfilling that role. He not only had to zone out the enemy team, he also had to secure the Lords and the Turtles. And you saw a lot of the time, he was so split. He tried to push them away enough, but that resulted in the objectives getting reset, him losing way too much EXP, and that freedom, I think, made a big difference between these two teams.
Well, between Leo's situation and Too Easy for Lexi, you are completely correct, because Leo was having like two ways. His mind was like thinking two ways. Will I be able to secure that objective, or like will I be able to engage? So yeah, as I told you, draft played a huge part in this game.
It always does, but it seems like even more in Game 3 right here. Looking at the cards here, the literal wild cards, it's going to be Cammy at the 800 gold per minute, the rich guy. So it's going to be the carry here. Even though it seems like he really wasn't diving all in, trying his best to just dive together with his team, he's able to just stay in the outer side of the fight and even use his second skill, the stun, to really set up for his team for some success as well. Hawk on the Terizla, of course, can take a lot of damage, but without the right follow-up, right? We saw that he landed an amazing, 4 or 5 man penalty zone, but no one else can really do anything with that, that situation. I think only Lotric was the only person he can rely on, and he wasn't safe enough to really walk up with the Terizla.
Yeah, he couldn't combo together the Beatrix ultimates with the penalty zone because he always has to be keeping an eye on where Juviana is. And it's unlikely that Hulk is going to be able to catch out the Joy within his ultimate as well. So Falcons, their mind was just pulled in every which direction and set up such easy engages for the side of Nightmare Esports. I don't think we've given Cammy enough praise because in Game 1, his 1-1 performance was not the best, but this is a player that was considered to have one of the best gold lane positionings in the Mekong region. And we can definitely see why that is the case here. Looking at the damage dealt, definitely leaning a lot towards Nightmare Esports.
Well, Nightmare Esports have done really great this game. It was almost a one-sided game, so I'm not going to say it's similar to the previous game, like Falcons had their moments or anything. The kills were like all around the game and was like mostly a kill by kill. So Nightmare totally deserves that win, and they do deserve this outcome. And that team fight participation shows you how much they were committed to having team fights 5 members together.
And if you look at the roster, the composition coming in from Nightmare Esports, for the most part, every one of them can do a lot more damage technically. Because the Boxer is tanky, but he does, HP-based damage, right? And the same can be said for the Lilia. They can output a lot more spells in a long fight compared to Goodnight on the Valentina. Despite that, Goodnight was still able to match pretty close damage output. But overall, when you're trying to match and go in a slugfest, trying to put your carries up against the enemy frontliners, I think the composition from Nightmare is a lot better catered to do so. So for Falcon, it's just they're trading utility for damage and it just didn't pay out this time.
I personally wonder if Falcons just needed to switch up the way that they were taking these fights in the first place, right? The whole reason they have so many engaged heroes is to look for different angles that they could potentially corner Nightmare Esports, and the Franco is picked up specifically to counter the Joy, and yet it felt like Super was always next to Hulk to start out the fight instead of standing with Lotric to defend the most important member of their team. And Juviana just took full advantage of this. Do you think Super should have just positioned further back in preparation of this?
I think it comes back down to the coordination, right? Which is why we were talking a bit about how Team Falcons, it seems like there's a bit of a disconnect. I mean, we saw that big moment where the heavy spin was used together with the penalty zone, and in the end, they're trying to get so many things at once, they get none of it. And Nightmare Esports comes out on top. It's the same idea, man. I think it's possible, and I think it could have changed how the fights really played out if the Franco was playing in a more defensive fashion. But can they coordinate to make that happen? Can they make sure that maybe Hulk or Leo is going to be the main engage tool, and Super can just hang back in the backline with Lotric?
Well, that proves something, is that it is not only about they do have really good picks, but individually good picks, because Valentina, Beatrix, also Terizla, Franco, and also Akai, so they are all of them are really good picks, but they don't work together. They don't bend together, mend together, or melt. I don't know what's the word.
Mix together?
Mix
work well together?
Yeah, work together generally. I wanted to take a step further than work together. Anyways, so they did have a really good composition, but it was so hard to execute because every time Terizla uses his penalty zone, the heavy spin just makes everything fly around, and no one can actually catch that good team fight. And also Super and his positioning at some points was questionable. So hard luck for Team Falcons, and also GG for Team Nightmare.
I think we do have to note though that time wears down bonds, right? The glue holding Team Falcons together was definitely impacted by their sort of mental state, the fact that they were under a lot of fatigue and their stamina was being tested on a stage such as this, whereas Nightmare Esports actually came onto the stage looking a lot more refreshed. So even factors like that can make a big difference when you are facing off against teams from all over the world. Hopefully, these teams will be able to get the rest that they need and come back with a fresh perspective for day 3. But for now, we're still going to have more matches happening for the rest of today. So without further ado, let's just jump on in. Okay, we got the group standings here after that second match of the day. Team Falcons still sitting quite comfortably at the top of the groups. They would have looked a lot better though in comparison if Nightmare Esports weren't able to get that victory. They now overtake Team SMG to the top 2 of Group A.
And on the side of Group B, Lugans are also in a pretty nice spot after going up against Imperio and coming out on top. So we're seeing really the standings shape up towards the end of the tournament, but you never know, man. I think there's still a lot of ways for potentially some spicy tiebreakers to make its appearance.
That's going to be very interesting. There's still a good number of matches actually left here for these teams to have to compete in. So there's still a lot of opportunity for these rankings to switch around.
Well, the group standings doesn't tell us like so much right now because we still have a lot of games left and a lot of opportunities for teams who are now not looking good. But remember, they only played 1 game so far, right? So for Miracle is okay. So they played 1 game so far, right?
Yep.
So they are at the bottom, but if they manage to win the other games that are coming their way, they can just take that ticket.
Yeah, same thing can be said for KBG
And
as
KBG,
well.
yeah.
And I think a lot of people were so hopeful about them because the foundations are solid. We said they needed time. Well, time keeps running in this tournament, and that could be what they need here. Seeing the other teams, gaining more info, and maybe getting a bit more insight in the possibilities they have in the Land of Dawn, right? How they want to take the Lord, how they want to push their advantage, how they can transition from each stage of the game.
What I like to think is that these teams are constantly refining themselves as they face off against more and more opponents. But let us talk about what is going to be happening in tomorrow's schedule due to the timing of day 2 here. We're going to be moving some matches over, so we're actually going to have a full day of MLBB action for all of you guys tomorrow. So there's going to be 6 best of 3 matches. You guys wanted more? We give you more.
Well, if you are coming tomorrow with some snacks, I recommend to you to double those snacks because it's gonna be a really, really intensive night of Mobile Legends Bang Bang here at the M5 Wildcard.
It has been an incredible day here. We've had 2 intense series, and despite the difficulties that we have encountered, we're very grateful to all of our fans watching at home and those of you here in Geospace as well for taking the time out of your day to enjoy some M5 wildcard action with us. That means it's gonna be the end of day 2 for now. But before we end the stream, Arashi, your final thoughts about what happened today?
What happened today? I think there's just very exciting games, man. Initially, it looks so back and forth, and I think it shows as well that teams are now getting a bit of a hold of each other, man. Finding some holes to take advantage of, but also getting countered in the
Well, with that, we're going to be closing things out for the English desk, and we're going to throw it over to our host, none other than LaFell, to close out the day. See you guys.
Thank you very much to our casters, and usually, thank you very much to the crowd here. Whenever you see my face, it's always with joy and silliness. However, for today, I do have a very serious update to tell all the viewers here in the venue as well as watching at home. Unfortunately, we have encountered quite a few technical difficulties that we have been able to avoid. And after various discussions with multiple parties, we have made the decision to end the live stream today and continue the remaining matches for tomorrow. we would like to apologize to everyone watching. We will spend the night trying to fix any technical difficulties to make sure tomorrow will be smoother. So thank you again for everyone watching, and tomorrow will be better than great. Thank you very much, and good night.
The energy's getting higher. You're saving my